Inspired by sentient weaponry, refined by their divine intellect, its destructive potential is staggering.
Fuck. My mic was muted. Oh shit. Oh, fuck. Episode's gonna be different than the other parts in the series. We're gonna be doing the lore and going over the collectibles. God, I'm an idiot. And also, that's the sound of me flicking the side of an already opened bang. Very strong grape, purple haze. Now, I'll go from where the heavy cannon. This one I didn't use for most of the playthrough until I got the precision bolt. I only used the mods really on this one. I rarely used the gun itself. Followed up by the chainsaw. Oh, my dear friend. The chainsaw was one of the most important parts of the game. The game's loadout for me. And most of the players, I would assume. Because a lot of times, you're gonna run out of ammo, and there isn't gonna be enough just laying around. So the chainsaw is your best friend. Not to mention, you can cut down almost any demon if you have enough gas. Moving on once again, we have old goody, the chain gun. Now that's son of a bitch. I already got, besides the challenges, I have 100% completion. So it's more like 90. Yo, what's good, Ralph, my guy? So, the chain gun is a boss shredder. Anything that stands, I absolutely unloaded. Use the same ammo as the heavy cannon, but I think that I used the chain gun a lot more than the heavy cannon as just its regular self. Moving on. The plasma rifle. I didn't realize how useful the plasma rifle was till I started shooting, like, anything that has a shield basically destroys it instantly. If you lock onto something with the microwave beam, they can't move while they're dying. Not to mention, it's just a very nice, kind of slow automatic weapon. Although the bullets do move slow, so I still preferred the regular ballistics over it. God, just the look of it is beautiful, though. Moving on again. My baby. I didn't really use it much in the last part, but the super shotgun, I have a skin on it here, but oh, the meat hook in this version, in this game, is absolutely freaking beautiful to use. Just slamming them with the hook and then either shooting them in the fucking head, blowing them apart. My favorite weapon, I'll have to think about that after I go through all of them. But Super Shotgun is definitely up there. Probably right behind the BFG, if I were to say. God, it's just perfect. 2 barrels of probably 10 gauge shells going straight into any demon that dares defy. What's in these? Nice. Alright, the ballista. I did not use the ballista very much at all. Honestly, it was mainly just like the heavy cannon equivalent of the plasma weapons in the way that I used it for its attachments. Mostly the precision shot. I didn't use it much on stream, but I played around with it a little bit when I was getting collectibles. Rocket launcher. This boy straight clears everything. You got a boss that has too much health, no more. You got a few too many little shits scurrying around, no more. It's just a really good tool. I did not use the I forget what it's called. One of the mods for it lets you choose when to set off the rockets, but I instead went with the lock-on rockets, of course, throughout this series, throughout this playthrough. My boy, the big fucking gun, 9,000. This baby is, of course, just about everyone's favorite weapon. And out of the guns, I think it might be my favorite. Out of the guns. God, it's like, there's so many small, intricate parts about it that are just covered up. Like, these little grates and stuff around, they're just covered. It's just beautiful. And, like, you can see into it where it's just raw energy. Oh, nothing takes a hit from the BFG and walks away the same. Yes, I am simp on shotgun. Speaking of shotgun, the combat shotgun. One of the, honestly, most used weapons in this playthrough. Just because the explosives, the sticky bombs, the grenadier, if you will, is just so useful for anything that has a weak point. Like the Mancubus, you can blow off his flamethrowers. I forgot the name of them, but there's the spider demons with the cannon on their back. You can blow off their cannon. It's just really effective against most anything. Not to mention, when you max out that upgrade, it's 5 freaking sticky grenades on a shotgun. After I got those sticky grenades, I didn't really use anything but them, as with most things. But it is definitely one of the better weapons in terms of, like, just general usability. The Crucible is probably my favorite weapon overall. 'Cause, like, if you think about it, a man who is known for infinite rage walks onto the battlefield with nothing but a freaking handle. And he looks at you, you scream at him, and a blade, I'm not sure how hot it is, I'm assuming at least the surface of the sun, comes out and he hooks your throat and tears your head off with the other hand before slicing the biggest demon in the area in half. Not to mention, it's a one-shot kill to anything but, like, bosses. Boy straightening over weapons, a little BFG looking fire, though. Bye for now. See you, Ralph. Oh, us. continuing on after our loss of Ralph, we have the Unmaker. This is probably one of my favorite in terms of just not design or use or anything of that. It's just the name that makes me feel just different. If you challenge somebody whose gun is named the Unmaker, you're freaking insane. You have something wrong with your head. And it's just so actually good. Just slaughters demons. It's a spread shot that uses the same ammo as the BFG. It's just so good and beautiful. Is that the last one? It was the last one. Like I was saying though, out of all of them, I think my favorite is the Crucible. Out of the guns, I think it's between the BFG and the Unmaker. It's honestly a tie. Oh. But around here, you can just look around a little bit. I love how they built this hideout. Oh, iconic. Okay, let's do the toys now, shall we? The Doomslayer himself, with the little Slayer blade and sling launcher. I'm not sure what that's called. The Arachnotron. That's what these guys are called. Got the little cannon on their head. You gotta blow that up before you flip them over. The Arc Vials. These guys were probably one of the most annoying. No, they were the most annoying to deal with. Because if you didn't realize, they spawn in more damage. More and more until you kill them. And they also have a shield that you can't... I don't think you can destroy it with the plasma rifle. Could be wrong about that, though. The Barons of Hell. Very interesting design in this game, actually. I'm not sure... I definitely enjoy their design, but I feel like they're too easy to beat. Even on Ultra Nightmare, or maybe I had just gotten too good. The Kako Demons. These guys were probably up there for my favorites. Because the only way you should actually kill them is by either throwing or shooting a grenade into them. The Unmaker originated from Doom 64. The figures are my favorite addition to the series. I'd buy all of them. Like, for real though, I would buy a lot of these figures if they made them. I'm not sure if they do. They might actually make these. In which case, I'm gonna have to get a new shelf. The Kako Demon, just throw a grenade in their gullet, and they swallow. The only question that I ever had about the Kako Demon is, what happened? Where does the grenade go when he swallows? He's just a mouth. But, you know, easy glory kill, health for days. The Carcasses. These guys were really annoying. Not in the way that they actually harmed me or were a genuine threat. They just put up walls randomly. Like, in front of me, while I was trying to maneuver out of the way from actual threats, like the Barons. The Barons were only really a threat to me when the Carcasses were around. These guys have a really interesting design. I'm not sure if these guys are original to this game or not. The Cue Balls, I think I've only seen these once or twice. I enjoyed just absolutely kicking their ass straight into somebody and they just blow up everywhere. Moving on to the Cybermancubus. These guys are probably one of my favorite altered demons because the cyber armor, bro. He's basically Iron Man but fat and has flamethrowers. And the best part is, you need to get rid of the armor before you can actually kill him. Which makes sense. Moving on to the Doom Hunter. I believe, if I remember correctly, the Doom Hunter was the first boss that was in this game. And gradually, he just became a guy who showed up on every level. Because he wasn't actually that hard to beat once you had the equipment. Also, he's pretty fucking intimidating. Just look at him. He's got a power core, got a Stephen Hawking future chair. Oh, he's got the Omni Eye. Oh, these Dread Knights. I don't actually remember these guys too much, I'll be honest. I don't have much to say about them, just because I don't remember them. The gargoyles were one of the weakest, if not the weakest, enemy that actually could harm me. Just lobbing green fire from across the field. Just generally annoying. They're pretty easy though, so they're not that bad. The gladiator, this boy challenged me a little bit, simply for the fact that his shield, invulnerable. Just like the fucking Marauder. He's basically just a big, slow Marauder, is what I would call him. Moving on to the Hell Knight. These guys, at first I feared them, and then I just decided, oh, yeah, I have 5 sticky grenades in this fucking shotgun. Tap, 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 tap. And then I always finished him off with a blood punch, if I remember correctly. Either that or a glory kill. The imps, just classic, standard, beautiful. Not beautiful, but beautifully crafted in the way that they scream at you in terror and try to climb the walls and escape you while lobbing fireballs from a distance. Pretty fun to fight. The con maker herself didn't even get a large collectible. That's great. The con maker is definitely one of the main bosses. I wouldn't say the Doom Hunter is a main boss, but I would call the Con Maker and the Icon of Sen main bosses. Con Maker, her boss fight was, it was pretty difficult in the way I just had to maneuver really well, or I was just dead on the spot. But I loved that fight, and the ending to it too. It's great. The Lost Souls, they were just annoying. You could barely dodge them, and they were really, really hard to hit. Classic Mancubus, great target. I loved blowing off their big, stupid arms with my grenade shotgun. Probably one of my favorite parts of the game. They fall over. I didn't even realize they had 6 nipples. It doesn't matter. The Marauder. When one of these boys popped out, the only thing that came to mind was, oh fuck. Because his shield, the way that you have to kill them, is you have to wait for them to start swinging their axe at you. But you have to be a perfect distance, because if you're too close, they'll just pull a fucking shotgun. And if you're too far, they'll use Getsuga Tenshous off of their axe and just blow you to high hell. If you aren't really careful, they will wreck your shit. Taking a sip from the old bang. Maker drones. These ones just kind of annoying. They just stay on the side, just kind of fire smaller projectiles at you. Simple pop to the head with the precision bolt took care of them real easy. Gave you lots of ammo. A good alternative to the chainsaw. Actually, it kind of made me stop using the chainsaw a little bit, which made me a little bit struggly. The mecha zombies, these flamethrower using madmen. I really love their design, but honestly fighting them is just kind of tedious, because you just gotta move out of the way of their flamethrower and just blow them up from a distance, or just shoot them in the face. The pain elementals were one of my targeted enemies. I had to kill these guys as soon as possible. Because if not, they would end up summoning the Lost Souls. Which, if you do not know, the Lost Souls are little heads, as you can see, that float, fly at you, and blow up, slamming into you. So, this guy was definitely one of the ones I focused on. I didn't realize his weakness was plasma for a while, so it took me quite a bit to actually get good at killing these guys. Oh, the pinkies. In the beginning, when I had no experience fighting these guys pretty much, it was really hard to finish them off because their face is armored, obviously. It's all pink and shit, you know? But their tail, can't really turn it very much, but their tail is their weak point. If you just use one super shotgun shot on their tail, they're fucking dead. So, once you figure that out, it's pretty cool. The Prowler, these were the teleporting guys. Honestly, they didn't cause me too many problems during this playthrough, but I can imagine if there were more than one or two and I was just trying to clear an area, they'd get really annoying. The Revenants, oh, one of my classic favorite designs. The hit points being their thrusters or rocket launchers or whatever those are. Absolutely love that, because once those are gone, they can't attack you from range, much like the other hit points. So they just start running at you. BRB Pro might have to get one of these figures if we sell them. Yeah, you right. See you in a bit. But I just love this one. Alright, moving on to the soldier, with the blaster specifically. This guy, I don't remember him. I probably slaughtered so many of them that they just all became a blur. The soldier with the shield, though, I remember because there was a challenge where I had to blow up like 9 or something like that of these guys, or 5. I think it was 5 of these guys by using the plasma rifle on their shield until they blew up, which was really annoying. But besides that, these guys don't really cause too many problems. The Spectres, these guys are just the pinkies, but invisible. Well, near invisible. They're still kind of easy to see if you know what to look out for, but besides that, they're not too much different from the pinky. The Tyrant, oh, at first these guys scared the crap out of me, until I realized I could just hide behind a pole and shoot him while he's not brain and have 0 target lock system. I loved the way their bodies fell apart. Absolutely beautiful. Blood, guts, viscera everywhere. The Whiplash, oh, I hated these guys just off of the pure fact that they were wriggly and they moved and they had a attack. There was a line, so you couldn't dodge for like left and then back to the right. You just had to deal with it. The Earth Zombies, pretty much just a boom, thank you for the armor or thank you for the ammo, depending on what I was using. The Marauder, in combination with the Whiplash, was the scariest thing that I've seen. And then the Icon of Sin. This boy is probably my favorite boss fight I've ever had in games that I've played to memory. Because the boss fight is just so memorable. It's perfect. You gotta blow up each of his armor pieces before you can even actually hurt him. And then once you do that, you got to disassemble his body chunk by chunk as he summons legions of demons to try and get rid of you. And if you got too close, he would slam his enormous fist upon you. And it was just great. And that would be all of the collectibles in the game. And then there's this little Doom guy figurine from the first game. I love Doomslayer's different guitars. There's Doom 1 and Doom 2 that I could play on this computer if that is something people would be interested in. All his different little trinkets for fixing his armor. Oh, it's absolutely beautiful. Alright. Besides that stuff, let me get a different soundtrack going on. Let's do this one. Oh yeah, I love it. Alright, let me just take a sip real quick. And now, to move on to the meat and potatoes of today's stream. The actual codex. Now, let me get up here real quick. Let's do this as a view. So the codex is right here. Oh, I have something new in here. Game complaint. Yep. The codex tells you everything you could possibly need to know about this game, including background information. And also, well, I should, if I look up here, I have upgraded stuff. Problem is, besides mastery tokens, I can't actually use any of these upgrades or those two shield batteries, sentinel batteries. So what I'm thinking is those are just going to help me during whenever I do my run of the DLCs. Moving on, we shall start. Oh, this is gonna be a long one. Starting with the remaining human populations, part 1. Oh no. Oh no. Alright. So, hold on. Here's the image. 3 specific, I'm pretty sure these were the locations of, if I remember correctly, it would be the Hell Priests. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where the Hell Priests would have been. Which, 2 of them being in America, 1 of them being in, can't tell if that's part of Canada or part of Greenland. I'ma hope that I said both those right and not messing up whether or not that's Greenland. Okay, beginning with this, it's a Vega data entry, which basically means that Vega is the one who told me this. Nearly 60% of the planet has been consumed by the demons, with a rate of expansion increasing each day. The majority of the world population died in the first month of the Hell invasion. Following the catastrophic failure of virtually every man-made system, military response was immediate but only marginally effective at providing safe retreat to civilians. With many fortified locations cut off from outside communication, facing overwhelming opposition, these makeshift fortresses have gradually fallen due to the growing demon presence one after the other. Large portions of the Earth's surface have become uninhabitable with swarms of demons scouting the globe and most regions suffering from an atmosphere that has become infected and poisonous by process of some form of alien terraformation. So that is interesting to me, at least the last bit is, because of if the gas is becoming poisonous, I'm assuming mainly where the demons are, because of their alien terraformation. That would mean the Doomslayer is either nearly or fully invulnerable to poisons. Either that or no, because the suit isn't fully like sealed in, so it would leak in like through his biceps and stuff, and still would poison him. But he isn't hindered by that at all. Also, 60% of the population was dead and dying continuously by the time I started. The remaining human populations, part 2. Let us view the image. I believe this is the same image. It is. Okay. Another Vega data entry. Although several 100,000 more were safely evacuated out of orbit in the mass exodus following the invasion, the expected odds of survival is considerably unlikely for many of these lifeboats carrying cryogenically frozen passengers. Religious iconography and communes are now commonplace amongst survivors, with the collective perception of events taking on a biblical nature. Many seek authority from a higher power to rationalize the sudden destruction of their world, believing these events represent a form of divine punishment. So everybody, well, at least the believers, and I'm assuming people who started to believe, began just forming kind of groups to really focus in on the demons, thanking them as biblical in nature. We survive together. Armored Response Coalition. I've been wondering what ARC meant, actually. I did not know. Also, that's Argent. That's Argent energy right there. These guys are responsible for this whole shebang. Well, mostly responsible. The Conmaker had a pretty big part, too, because she needed to sacrifice a new planet. Okay. Vega data entry. Following the total collapse of international civilization, nations and boundaries are, as we know them, have ceased to exist. A handful of remaining bureaucrats, government officials, and military leaders have managed to survive by use of protective bunkers, kept secret to the greater population, convening under the flag of the Allied Nations. This governing body represents all that remains of the rule of law, forming what would essentially become a single world government. See, everybody? All we needed for a one world government is fucking alien invasion. / demon apocalypse. Military bases in communication with the Allied Nations, have made efforts to regroup and centralize their areas of command, establishing fortified safe havens for survivors, stockpiling food, and scavenging for supplies. Only proprietary military use communications remain functional, enabling military entities under command of the Allied Nations to coordinate in humanitarian aid and defense operations. By 2151, the foundation of ARC has taken highest priority and considered to be in all practical terms, the last hope for humanity. So, that gives us a date, and also a fact that humans gave up besides art. So they had one hope, and that one hope was the company that caused this in the year 2151. 130 years from now. This was one of the... I think this may have been the first mission, actually. I don't remember exactly. This is the cultist base. I'm gonna have to use one of these as a screensaver. Or at least a desktop photo. I keep doing that. Keep pressing escape instead of going back. Oh god. Alright. This is once again another Vega data entry. Led by the I apologize. Led by the elusive Hell Priest, Dag Ranok. Ranok. I'm gonna go with that. The cultists operate from a remote facility located in the Arctic tundra. As overseer, Ranok exerts absolute control over the facility and its legion of possessed acolytes, instrumental in sowing the seeds of the cultist uprising. Ranok worked briefly with Olivia Pierce at Mars facility before departing to Earth, with orders to prepare the groundwork for the imminent Hell invasion. So, this guy worked with Olivia, so he was somehow related to the Spider Mastermind of Doom 2016. A recently declassified UAC biography for Ranok indicates that he is a surviving member of the original Order of the Deeg, the ancient Argenta clerics. He now serves the forces of Hell and is rumored to have personal knowledge of the Doomslayer, suggesting a shared history between the two, wielding total power over the cultists under his supervision. He uses his growing influence to advance the consumption and corruption of Earth. So the UAC somehow found out that he was... The UAC knows about Argenta? Or Argent Denern? Or whatever. And also, you probably have quite a bit of information about Doomslayer based on this. Built over the ruins of an ancient Argenta settlement. Argent? Yeah, I'm gonna just go with Argent now. Argent settlement, the cultist facility has been designed as both a Gothic monument to the ancient architecture of a state-of-the-art science facility and a state-of-the-art science facility. Tablets and memory banks found at the settlement indicate that the Order of the Deeg discovered Earth millennia ago and found it to be populated with powerful, primeval beasts. They named these creatures Agadons due to their similarity in the mythic cyclopean giant from Argent Denern's past. The Argadian? Huh. So, what the hell is an Argadian? Hold on, I have to look this up. Argadian. Dune. Specifically Dune. Images. Let's see. I'm not familiar with the Arcadians. It doesn't. I did a quick Google search. I didn't really go into depth, but I didn't see anything immediately. The Doom Hunter base is the next entry. And I think that this might be the perfect scenery for like a futuristic D&D campaign that still has like some ancient technology built in. Because like flying ships, but at the same time this type of architecture is quite interesting. Feck. Alright. Next. Okay, let's read it. Let's read, ladies and gentlemen. The UAC's Polar Cultist facility is built around the ruins of an ancient Argenta settlement constructed over 60 million years ago. So you're saying the beasts that they were talking about must have been the dinosaurs. They must have. Impossible for them not to be. During Argent-Daenerys' extraterrestrial expansion, frozen carcasses of the Agadon hunters have been located in the glacial wastes surrounding the complex, and through their DNA structures reveals them to be indigenous to Earth, though their DNA indigenous to Earth, there is no fossilized record of these creatures beyond the frozen territories of the Argenta settlement. Carbon dating of the remarkably well-preserved beasts suggests they were nearly 80 million years old, predating all other known forms of complex Earth-based life. So these guys were around before literally anything, pretty much. And they were if I remember correctly, Agadon hunters is what the Doom Hunter monster was built from. Because they were thought to be extinct, but the Doom Hunter base, if it's built specifically there, they've got to be using those corpses for a reason. Continuing the cyber-demonic experimentation that began on Mars, the cultists study the Agadon's potential for resurrection and cyber augmentation. A similar program occurred at the location millennia ago, when Dag priests, often cited as Hell priests, bred the creatures and genetically modified them to function as Doom Hunters. See? Fearsome mutants designed to battle the Doomslayer and his Night Sentinels during the unholy crusades of Argent-Daenerys. So, these things, not only were they specifically bred, but they were also mechanically upgraded to fight me. And I fucking wrecked them all. All of them. Gone. Dead. Hopefully all of them. I might have to see. Sentinel records corroborate this through their military texts, with many reports of these creatures among the ranks of demonic forces, assaulting the armies of the North during the Argenta Civil War. Wait, there was an Argenta Civil War? Huh. The more you know. Once the UAC cultist movement publicly announced its intentions for Earth, the cyber-demonic program was revealed to be focused on updating the Doom Hunter schematics, upgrading their combat prowess. A new assembly center was constructed near the cultist facility, and a powerful grav tram allowed the UAC workers to safely transport the biological and mechanical components needed for the process. The resurrection of Agadon Hunter requires cutting-edge technology be used in conjunction with occult rituals conducted by the UAC's necrosurgeons. An unholy fusion of science and sorcery. Necrosurgeons. That's fucking great. Just a necromancer. Ooh, fucking revivify. Oh, come back to life. You fool! I replaced your leg with a robot one. Congrats, you can now kick with the force of 1,000 suns. Oh, the hell growth. Yeah, I did not. This level was really kind of gross, really. Like, look at all the fleshy bits everywhere. It's perfect. God. Alright. The entry. This is just part 1 as well. The Hellgrowth formations on Earth have undergone great scrutiny by experts at the Allied nations. These cancer-like growths exhibit alarming cellular reproduction rates, outpacing any biological life form previously known. Their structural pattern is chaotic, almost random, with only one identifiable constant: the emergence of totem-like nests, which at full maturity resonate with powerful electromagnetic frequencies capable of producing a form of inverse quantum field. These fields, once activated, result in the fabrication of hell portals, tears in space-time which serve as gateways between dimensions. So, what I'm getting from that is these cancers. It's just cancer-like. Tamcer-like, if you will. It's stronger than cancer by a majority. Tamcer has a much more purposeful kind of drive. It works towards not just randomly sprawling out, creating these totems, making hell portals. God, it's disgusting. Alright, the Hellgrowth Part 2. Oh, that's the heart. Alrighty. The growth exhibits certain predetermined qualities in the consumption of our ecosystem. It creates environmental conditions more conducive for its own continued formation, in effect employing an organic method of terraformation. The resulting environment is hostile to terrestrial life, producing atmospheric toxins and a multitude of environmental hazards. I don't think this was the level that I got my, I don't think this was the first level that used the hazard suit or whatever. It may have been, though. Although it is understood that the growth accelerates the arrival of demon life on Earth, it is not clear how the growths themselves originated, or whether there was some sort of a catalyst that created the conditions necessary for their existence. It is believed that if the source of the growths can be identified, there may be a means of uprooting the entire formation. So, I'm assuming this would be the source of the growth, right? Because it's at the center of it all, and it's got the main power system. And once you destroy this, the rest goes. So this has got to be the catalyst or whatever. Oh. Super Gore Nest. That's fucking badass. So that's how the humans were even surviving the demon onslaught. Although these are all weaker demons. I mean, that's the majority of what's thrown at regular humans, I would assume. Not like they would throw a fucking tyrant at a regular human base. Shit. Okay. Vega data entry. ARC report file ARC AAR C037 analyst T Washington 043 report starts. Operation Lock AAR follows. Following reports of UAC cultist presence at the Lock reactor. Recon teams Infill Gamma and Infill Hector attempted to gain entry to the lock and assess the situation. Their final transmission indicated a massive demonic presence entering the reactor facility through continuum gates. Hell portals. Citation. Hell portals. An emergency global council meeting approved an immediate ARC response due to the situation at the Lock reactor. The assembled coalition strike force included 4 U.S. battle mech divisions, the Conuro long-range naval artillery barrage fleet, 27 U.S. Nightbird Apache, whatever you want, however you would like to pronounce that, 3 NATO shock troop battalions, 2 Conuro rapid response levy tank divisions, and 18,000 coalition special forces units. The initial bombardment from LRNAB was met with immediate response from the invasion forces. An estimated 8,000 units, DP-013G units, gargoyle. 8,000 gargoyles? Damn! Attacked the fleet, sinking 32 vessels and disabling a further 78% of the fleet. The remaining ships retreated to a position approximately 32 miles offshore, beyond the reach of the gargoyles, but also out of artillery range. So you're telling me that gargoyles have the same range as artillery? And that they sunk 32 fucking vessels? 8,000 gargoyles. I think that even I would have difficulty killing all that in game. Like, for real, though. I mean, it wouldn't be hard as in, oh, it's impossible to kill these guys. It would just be like, oh, I can't dodge that many projectiles. With the fleet out of action, the battle mechs and Apaches initiated a danger close salvo against the reactor, as shock troops and special forces attempted a rearward infiltration. Several platoons made it inside the reactor, where the demons had already established a super gore nest. Although gore nests have been reported at various invasion sites, this was the largest so far observed. The nest has been built around the reactor core itself. Several thousand IFF beacons are amassed at the location, suggesting the demons are using our fallen forces as part of their bioorganic continuum gate. They use the fucking people as part of the gate? That is demonic. At the time of writing, the Super Gore Nest is considered to be ground zero of the invading force. Unless the continuum gate is destroyed, the analyst sees no way to stem the influx of aggressors. Recommended response: total nuclear annihilation. Honestly, if I, the motherfucking Doomslayer, was not part of destroying that, then I think the total nuclear annihilation would be the right way to go. I mean, they're demons, but they probably can't survive a nuke, right? They can totally survive a nuke. I fucking know it for sure. The Return of Samuel Hayden, Part 1. Ooh. This one kind of sicko mode. We got some like ancient portraits or whatever. Is this the UN? I don't know. The AN, I guess it would be. Vague entry. The destruction of the Argent wellspring on Mars meant chaos for the planet Earth. Following the loss of communication between Earth and Mars-based facilities, the collapse of Argent-dependent energy grid consumed the planet in crisis. It was during this time that UAC director Dr. Samuel Hayden suddenly resurfaced on Earth before the AN Council, wielding that which might offer salvation to mankind, the Crucible. Now recounting the events that had transpired on the Red Planet, Hayden agreed to cooperate with the AN, providing access to the various UAC facilities on Earth, and by extension the full range of technologies at his disposal. Paramount among these was the Crucible, the last remaining source of Argent energy in existence. So, hold on, let's finish this before I start making any assumptions. I think I might make this my desktop. I might just have a cycling desktop. I might get an app for a cycling desktop and just use all of these images. Perfect. Okay. Believing it possible to solve the energy crisis which now devastated the planet, Dr. Hayden sought to invent a method of Argent synthesis, a synthetic replication that could recreate the high-yield capacity of Argent energy. With the destruction of the Argent energy, across the solar system, all that remained of Argent existed now within the Crucible, the fabled Hell artifact which Dr. Hayden had acquired on Mars. Knowing full well the Crucible's hidden power, Samuel devised a method to utilize the artifact as an Argent conductor, a process that would in time produce the miracle of synthetic man-made Argent energy, restoring the production of Argent energy to Earth. Hayden became a mythical figure among Earth's survivors, in no small part due to his abnormal physical condition. Having returned to Earth when most sought a means to escape, bringing with him the Crucible that would grant the people a second chance at survival. For the common person, he had become the stuff of legends. So, what I'm getting from this is that Sammy Boy here, when he locked me up, or sent me back to hell, rather, and at the end of the first game, he used that time to go to Earth, make wrongs into rights by just giving everybody all the resources he could, including the Crucible, which he stole from me. And by doing so, he basically saved everyone that was alive at the time. Oh. Ooh, highly classified robot. Oh, let's go, buddy. That's a lot of fucking shit that I don't understand. The Ark, Part 1. The Global Military Crisis Relief Initiative, established by the Allied Nations in 2151, the Armored Response Coalition is designed with the sole purpose to combat and contain the Hell invasion. To succeed where modern militaries are ineffective, utilizing cutting-edge Argent-powered technology. Hayden, overseeing all aspects of Ark, weapon, and tech development, set about repurposing the UAC. facilities on Earth, many of which were unaffected by the invasion due to their remote locations and high levels of automated security. These facilities, operated by powerful AI, are already designed for weapon development and mass production, meaning they could be repurposed overnight. Oh, the Ark. Oh, this fucking perfect. Every one of these images that accompanies all these codex entries so far is just frickin' perfect. By 2151, the Ark began running operations from the mobile command carrier, a seaborne command center designed for long-range strike operations, which would serve as Ark HQ. Their primary objective to locate the source of the Hell Growth infestation, and in doing so, shutting down the emergence of Hell portals and closing the gate between dimensions. At the heart of the Armored Response Coalition is an aggressive research and development program in pursuit of new military technologies as part of Dr. Hayden's commitment. UAC resources under his direction, including some of the most powerful AI ever created, have been deployed in service of weapon development designed to face the Hell threat head on. So, all the weapons that I've been using besides the Crucible Blade. Besides the Crucible Blade, every weapon that I've been using was designed by the UAC. And probably Hayden, either Hayden himself or someone just right under Hayden. In 2150, following the loss of communication between Earth and Mars base facilities, UAC Director Dr. Samuel Hayden suddenly resurfaced on Earth before an AN council. The demonic invasion of Earth had already begun, and Dr. Hayden had arrived just in time to provide aid. He supplied the resistance armies with Argent technology and advanced armaments, taking helm of the newly formed Ark as lead director. Dr. Hayden's tactical and scientific acumen were invaluable to the war effort, and he was soon given full command over all resistance efforts by the Global Council. The Ark engaged the demons with bleeding-edge tech, exosuits, and heavy-frame battle mechs, but found themselves fighting a losing battle. Operation Hellbreaker was Samuel's final plan, a powerful counterattack that ultimately ended in failure. What was Operation Hellbreaker? His robotic torso retrieved by Ark soldiers. Samuel is now tended to and monitored by a skeleton crew of scientists. They had been given contingency orders to safeguard his body alongside the crucible obtained on Mars. Yeah, that I understand. Because I didn't know how he ended up like that. So his final plan to defeat the demons, besides using the Operation Hellbreaker, failed. So after his body was recovered, he just stayed at a UAC facility waiting for me to come save the planet. And ultimately the universe, I suppose. Oh, the BFG 10 fucking thousand. Let's begin on this bad boy. Originally established as a mining and communication relay, the UAC outposts on Phobos began immediate expansion following the destruction of the Argent facility on Mars. The UAC board of directors, intent on retaining their monopoly of the Red Planet and its surrounding airspace, issued the construction of an expansive defense system using technology derived from the BFG 9000. The design plan called for a massive particle cannon to be built on the orbiting moon. The BFG 10,000, the largest man-made weapon platform ever conceived, wields enough firepower to defend against even the most sophisticated capital-grade, faster-than-light cruisers in existence, or against the eventual potentiality of a space-bound demonic threat. Meaning, this fucking thing, anything you throw at it, dies. Anything that tries to get onto this that isn't allowed on there, dies. Besides Doomslayer, because he's my fucking Doomslayer. What are you gonna do? Stop the Doomslayer? You got me fucked up. The final sin. Oh. Hold on. That kind of look. That's a sentinel of some kind. Oh, here we're getting into some interesting shit now. The icon's presence warps reality. That's fucking great. Damaging the implicit order of our dimension merely by existing within it. If the icon is allowed to remain unchecked, it would lead to the total devastation of Earth, followed by a breakdown of space-time around the planet. The resultant black hole will eventually drag our entire universe down, casting it into the mouth of hell as conquest to be absorbed by the Dark Realm. You're telling me if I didn't kill this motherfucker, he would have taken our entire goddamn universe? That's fucked up. Like, I've seen fucked up, but that's fucked up. Not just Earth, but the entire goddamn universe? Okay. The God Maker had taken measures to augment the Titan, installing Maker technology throughout its structure to ensure it could be controlled. With the ritual interrupted, the icon is now fully unleashed, raging across Earth until hell consumes all. No longer bound by the heart of the betrayer's son, the icon of sin is free from any measure of control that the Makers might have once conceived. Only the Slayer prophesied in Argenta legend to stand against the icon can stop this apocalypse. So you put all that shit on me and I just casually did it because I said fuck this heart. Let me kill the con maker before I deal with this thing that could take our entire universe. This guy right here, just existing, could have wiped out the entire universe. Just by being there, not by doing anything special, not by using some kind of fucking transformation Super Saiyan technique. By existing. That's fucking rad. Okay, the ARC broadcast, dear God. There are reports coming out of the quarantined hellified zone near San Andreas Chasm. San Andreas Chasm. Satellite imagery shown what ARC personnel believe to be the legendary Doomslayer himself, fighting the mortally challenged. The Doomslayer, or Doom Guy as he is sometimes referred to, was thought to be a myth of the Resistance, a sort of avenging angel. He was the last reported to be seen on Mars, and is allegedly responsible for the destruction of the Argent Tower there. He disappeared soon afterwards. The UAC continues to deny all reports of his existence. We will continue to broadcast new information as we receive it. So Hayden denied my very existence. God damn, what a fucking dick. This is an ARC broadcast. To any ARC personnel or survivors operating inside the Hellified zones. Please be advised, more Doomslayer sightings have been coming in. ARC leadership do not recommend any attempts to communicate with the Slayer directly. Please avoid all contact with Doomguy at this time. While it is clear that the Slayer is an enemy of the challenged, it is unclear if he could also be a threat to civilians. I mean, that makes sense. Just because I'm the enemy of your enemy doesn't make me your friend. Mainly because I wiped out the entire Earth's power grid because they were doing some shady demon shit, but that's fine. They didn't know that. This is the Resistance Network. In an unbelievable turn of events, the Super Gore Nest has been destroyed. Reports from ARC personnel in the field say they have seen a significant decrease in demonic activity across the globe. Many believe this is proof that the Doomslayer himself has in fact joined the resistance effort and has successfully eliminated key figures within the ranks of the challenged. Operatives working inside the UAC cultist organization claim that the leader of the division, Priest De Greenock, was in fact removed from his office recently by the Slayer himself. As key leadership within the mortally challenged continue to fall, we are seeing a decreased threat from the demons on all fronts. This has given the resistance a key advantage in the war for Earth. The UAC continues to deny any knowledge of his existence. As surviving members of the ARC network, it is the belief of this station that these reports are in fact true. We believe the Slayer has joined us in the battle against the demons. To anyone still listening to the broadcast, know that there is hope, and he is out there. And damn right I was. They're all dead now. Well, all demons. Not all people. Probably all the people too, but all demons dead. This is an ARC broadcast. ARC personnel have reported that the Slayer made his way to Dr. Hayden's tower and has retrieved his remains. We do not know why. Unnamed sources inside the organization claim that Dr. Hayden anticipated the Slayer's arrival. We can only hope that this is true and the resistance can continue. This is the Resistance Network. Broadcasting alive from inside the Arctic safe zone, there was a Slayer sighting on Phobos. Eyewitnesses reports say that he was spotted inside a command center and then proceeded to fight his way through the mortally challenged onto the deck of the BFG 10,000. This can't be confirmed, but many believe it was the Slayer himself who destroyed Mars in an attempt to stop the challenged from further advancing their position on Earth. We will post more information as it comes in. This is an ARC broadcast. Damn. They had eyewitness. Just imagine, the demons are on Earth and they're like, this fucking guy keeps killing our people. We're having struggles getting in and taking over this planet. And then suddenly, on Phobos, demons are like, wait, no, he's here, oh god, he's here. And then the broadcast cuts off from the demons. They're God. I love just thinking about the demons' point of view and how terrified they are constantly. Attention! This is an emergency broadcast from the ARC Resistance. Numerous reports from survivor cells across the globe are confirming that at some point in time, within the last 24 hours, the demonic invaders have begun amassing in swarms near Gore nests. ARC scientists have theorized that the behavior is indicated of the arrival of a super predator, a world eater. ARC personnel advise all survivors remain in safe zones. That must have been the one that played right before, the icon of sin, the strongest being by his mere presence would have created a universal-sized black hole. Just a small detail. Just to let you know, we the observable universe, we can't even explore more than like a couple galaxies near us, even if we had faster than light travel, because the universe is expanding that much. That black hole grew so fast that it was able to say, ha, universe expansion, no, it's mine. I'm eat it. Okay. Dr. Elena Richardson, log 1. This is Dr. Elena Richardson. Log entry 002, subject analysis of Doomslayer. January 24th, 2163. There is no chance that the subject is a demon. So, wait, 2163. Is that the current date? Because I saw 2150 something. Like 51. Oh yeah, that was when Hayden came back. Not when I came back. There is no chance that the subject is a demon. We have blood samples pulled from the Mars base event that showed his blood type AB positive. He's a male with a genome that makes him very much a member of the human race. But the enhanced strength, speed, and athleticism would indicate otherwise. But we can see from blood samples that there are foreign bodies present of unknown origin. I cannot, as a contributing member of the scientific community, agree with the assumption of my colleagues that he is, for lack of a better word, a god, an avenging angel, and the right hand of doom, here to save humanity from its sins. But I cannot ignore that the timing of his arrival, the identity of his enemies, the fire and brimstone element to the catastrophe we currently find ourselves in has definitely shaken my scientific resolve. I remember these having audio, these specific ones. I remember when I picked them up, they had audio. And this is an interesting series of events as she slowly begins to realize Doomslayer is a god. This is Dr. Elena Richardson, log entry 005, subject analysis of Doomslayer, February 2nd, 2163. Maybe he is a god. Maybe he represents humankind's rage. Their will to persevere, to overcome that which would threaten our survival. He is uncompromising, a relentless being of violence that knows no mention of the hesitation shown by our many leaders and politicians during our time of judgment. Can he overcome them alone? If he can't, we, as a species, all species, will not survive. She begins to realize many things as these go on. This is Dr. Elena Richardson, log entry 006, February 9th, 2163. The only thing they fear is him. We watched as the Horde overwhelmed the very best and most advanced machinery and weapons technology that we could muster against the opposition. It was useless. They moved too quickly. They cared not for themselves, only sought out the blood of humanity. They were willing to sacrifice their own to get to the heart of the world. We slaughtered thousands and millions more followed. But then he came. He cut through them like a sickle through a field, his fury surpassing their own. He is faster, more relentless. I believe him now more than just a man. He is Doom. That's fucking great. Cause you realize, cause like between February, in the span of 7 days, 7 days was all it took for her to go from maybe he is a god, but can he do this alone? To holy fucking shit, all of our technology didn't fucking get rid of a third, didn't get rid of 1% of what these guys are throwing at us. And this motherfucker, he scares them. He alone is the only thing that they fear. This is Dr. Elena Richardson, log entry 007, March 3rd, 2163. And with him lies our salvation. For as he gains in strength, so do they fall in numbers. The priests command the armies to do to the north and south, but he controls the fight. The inner circle of death is where he resides, hunting them at the far reaches of the earth and beyond. I'm a believer now. I feel it is in doom that I have faith. The Slayer is the spear that stabs the heart of our attackers, and those that would seek to harm us should feel warned. For there is only one dominant life form in this universe, and it carries a steel-barreled sword of vengeance. All hail the coming of the Destroyer. The Slayer's time is now. This lady better be alive, 'cause it carries a steel-barreled sword of vengeance. That's gotta be the fucking, that has to be the super shotgun. Oh my gosh! Story of the Sentinel, story of hell, story of demons, arsenal, tutorials. I'm not gonna do the tutorials because those are just little bits, and also they were went through during the story, during the playthrough. The arsenal, I might as well go through. Nah, I'll save the cool stuff for last to reward those who stay. Oh god. The story of the Sentinels. Alright. Before I move on to the Sentinels, hold on. Let me actually get out of this. Let me put you guys on this track. Come on. Okay, you guys can listen to that. Is that still playing? Okay, you guys can listen. Ignore hearing me. It is not. That's fine. I have other music that you guys can listen to, as I have to use the restroom. Sorry if that's a bit loud. Alright, I shall be back shortly. Alright. I have returned. Oh. So, I've been talking a lot. Let me minimize that so I can see. If you've made it to this point, I would very much appreciate it if you subscribed. If you were to be my not 59th, I'm dumb. Sorry, numbers aren't my forte. If you were to be my 60th subscriber, I'll put your name at the beginning of the next stream I do, or something. Also, let's play this. Gorith. Play. Oh, that's good stuff, alright. Oh, that's ominous. I love it. Too bad you can't really hear it too good. Let me show you guys this. This image that I'm currently showing on screen is the land of Exaltia. This is a translation from the Ligra Sultaginta Book of Kings. Should have read the parentheses. Note to self, read the parentheses first. What treachery comes from our darkest selves? Driven by greed and want, for I have been deceived by the Deeg. They come north with the priests, as allies to our cause against the Khan Maker and her unscrupulous methods, their silvery tongues wagging, they laid a plan for us, and sowed the seed of desire for hasty triumph. They claimed knowledge of the Maker's source of power in the demon realm, a vast foundry of souls where the innocent are put to the fire for essence. In the foundry's destruction, our victory is assured, they told us. And the fools that we were, that I am, I believed their lies. For those of you who don't know, Doomslayer was taken in by the Sentinels. And the Sentinels were surprised at how strong Doomslayer was for being a normal human, as they were fighting demons and apparently the Khan Maker herself for as long as they can probably remember. On their word, we sent the Doomslayer and the Night Sentinels, who were headed by Doomslayer. Doomslayer led those guys. They're pretty fucking strong. To destroy the foundry, and the priests cast a gate for their Egris. As the last veteran entered the demon's empire, our final hope of reclaiming our dominion, the Deeg closed the path and left them stranded. They were trapped, lost in the eternal void by the action of the traitors. How could I not see their intention? Am I blinded by grief for the loss of Terras Nabat, of my people? We fled again, with barely a legion of the Night Sentinels left to protect us. The Deeg are gone, returned to their mistress. May the Wraiths forgive my failure. So that's why Doomslayer was in hell. That's why he was in the sarcophagus. Well, not why he was in the sarcophagus, but why he was in hell and eventually in the sarcophagus in Doom 2016, because the Deeg betrayed. Oh, crossplay raid? Nani? What's happening? Let's freaking go. Let's go, bro. Welcome to the stream, guys. I'm just going over the lore of Doom Eternal by reading every single one of the codex entries. I have immense throat pain. Thank you for joining, by the way. It goes pretty good, actually. You know, I haven't I haven't actually been playing very much. I haven't played at all besides just going over everything. So, as I was saying, the hour and 32 minutes, by the way, is. And I care not whether it is a raid. You are here, and that's what matters, is it not? So, the Night Sentinels were betrayed by the Deeg. The Deeg sent the Doomslayer, leading a group of Night Sentinels, into Hell instead of the Foundry. So, that's why Doomslayer was in Hell. Okay. Oh, the wolf. Well, let's see here. Wonderful voice subscribing. Oh, yes! Yes! Mini rage. Yeah, I appreciate it. Genuinely, though. The raid, it does not bother me at all. Oh, the turnover to 60. Thank you. Thank you so much, Crusaders Productions. Burst. Okay. Proceeding onward, I suppose. Vega data entry. Argenta legends speak of sentinel beasts, loyal creatures that lived as companions of the hardened warriors, often larger, swifter, and stronger than others of their kind. These animals shared instincts with their masters and aided them in battle. The Night Sentinels never shared publicly the origin of these creatures, for only they stood worthy of them. Thank you. My voice, it may sound amazing at the moment, but I guarantee you by the time I get from this tab, which has this many entries to read, to this tab, which has that many, going with all these in between, it's going to be quite hoarse by the end of this. But thank you for the compliment. I do quite enjoy messing around with experimenting using my voice a lot. So the wolf is one thing that I was confused about whenever I saw it at first, because it was leading me in the Terrace Nabad level, I believe it was. And I didn't really understand the origin of it, and I still don't understand its origin. But at least I know that it was of Night Sentinel kind of origination, I suppose. Look at that throne. Perfect throne for the king of the Night Sentinels. King Novik ruled over Sentinel Prime for many years. As its warrior patriarch, ordained protector of the sovereign Sentinel worlds, the Sentinel people, defined by a legacy of war, deem only those of warrior caste befit to rule. And in times of battle, it is expected that the king led from the battlefield rather than from the safety of the throne. As it is written in Sentinel law, a king unfit for battle is likewise unfit to rule. For millennia, the Sentinel people have secured their civilization against the threat of invasion from beast and human alike, passing on the mantle of battle to each subsequent generation and refining the craft of war into an art of ultimate mastery. Even in times of peace, the Night Sentinels remain vigilant, developing new technologies of conquest, each the more capable of securing the dominion across the sovereign worlds. So, King of the Night Sentinels must be able to do battle at all costs. Oh, mush. So, and that the Night Sentinels are constantly working towards new, greater, more powerful weapons of war. And this is the Betrayer. This is the guy who gave me the Celestial Locator, so I could find the last Hell Priest. After years of prolonged war against the demonic threat, I could fall asleep to this. Yo, let's go, Markiplier style. Just falling asleep. It's honestly fascinating, because playing through it, you get the gist of what's happening, but the backstory still kind of is foggy. But all you really need to know is that you play as the motherfucking Doomslayer, and you slaughter the motherfucking demons. After years of prolonged war against a demonic threat invading their world, Argent Denern launched an offensive strike against the dimensions, sending their greatest warriors into the heart of hell itself. Despite their training and their preparedness, their honor was undone by deceit. Betrayal at the highest levels of command left Argent Denern's bravest warriors cut off and scattered in the hellscape. But the last remaining Night Sentinels, only one remained in hell by choice. Betrayer of Argenta, it was Commander Valen who relinquished the keys to the elemental sepulchre in return for his son's resurrection. Haunted by demonic visions, the image of his son's tortured existence plagued him without relent, the whispers of demons pushing him toward madness. In a moment of weakness, he fell prey to the demon's trickery, sealing the fate of Argent Dener and dooming the kingdom to which he swore a lifelong oath to protect. Valen chose exile in the hellscape for his sacrilege. Yeah, his son became the final boss of the main gang, the Icon of Sin. I doubt that you were here earlier when I read the Icon of Sin's page, but the Icon of Sin is a being that merely by existing on Earth, not using any special technology or technique, if it existed long enough on Earth, it would have created a black hole that would consume eventually the universe and transport it into hell. This guy's son, mangled by demons instead of being revived like he was promised, would have been able to do that. This is the Fortress of Doom. If I exit that, it's my home! I live here with this robot fuck and all my cool shit. I'm gonna go back to my room so that there's my old sword. If I jump down here, should just be right around here. Oh yeah, we're gonna do the rest of it like this. Alright. Codex, back to here. The Fortress of Doom is a command station used by the Sentinels for military operations. ESR dating records suggest the structure was built during the reign of King Danak. And spectral analysis of the Sentinel energy signature used to power the various systems confirms this theory. While the rock and metal structure of this vessel is undoubtedly Argenta design, the castle's subsystems, navigation, gravitational centrifuge, life support, are of Maker origin. Top of the morning to you, ladders, and my name is Crusaders Productions! My man! You probably also weren't here earlier when I said the person who ends up being my 60th subscriber is going to be on the beginning of next stream that I do, which is going to be not tomorrow, but the day after. It's going to be an Osu Saturday stream. If you would like to join for that, you are welcome. Always. Okay. As I was saying, navigation, gravitational centrifuge, life support are of Maker origin. suggesting a design collaboration between the two species. Propulsion is notably absent, as it is not required. The fortress manipulates space through an unknown process involving sentinel energy. Okay. However, there is no indication that any of the systems were designed for maker use. The access ways, control panels, and living quarters have all been designed for Argenta dimensions, so it can be assumed that the massive structure was likely made exclusively for Argenta warfare. Likely as a flag station of the Night Sentinels military forces, we have records of the Night Sentinels visiting many inhabited planets in their local quadrant. The extent of their empire is still being researched, and this fortress is likely a remnant of what was once a much larger fleet. The design of the structure suggests that it was used as a command station for the Sentinel Galactic Corporation, and that troops would touch ground at their final destination through other means, either through the use of smaller transport ships or potentially through continuum gates. Dimensional travel has been noted in several Argenta texts, and is presumed to be one of many technological advancements that the makers brought with them to Argent D'Nur. Through the precise method of this arcane technology is still unknown. Basically, bunch of people, bunch of different races, well, specifically the Night Sentinels, the Makers, and the... where is it? I think there was another? The Argenta? I'm not sure if any of those are the same. But those guys worked together to build this, and it's just one of a fleet, or presumably one of a former fleet, which I use as my personal home base at this point, and seems to be working out pretty well. Oh, ooh, look at that! It's perfect. It almost looks like a screenshot or like a promotional image for like a World of Warcraft DLC or something. Oh boy. The lost city of Hebeth. Amidst the long and enduring history of Sentinel civilization, there are monuments and antiquity that have become buried in time, forgotten chapters that remain concealed to Sentinel historians, waiting to be unearthed. The fallen city of Hebeth is one such tale, but all but forgotten to the tomes of legacies past. Once a prosperous port city, a proud gleaming marker of conquest for the distant... Yo, what's good, Mercy? Yeah, my boy, Crusaders Productions is my 60th subscriber. He joined in as a part of a raid, and he decided to stay, as far as I know. Okay. Once a prosperous port city, a proud gleaming marker of conquest for the distant tribe of Bethian clansmen of the outer worlds, Hebeth bridged the desperate sentinel cities with the ingenious design of slipgate invention. But it was not meant to last, and among those cities lost in the crusades of Sentinel past was Hebeth, now little more than a smoldering ruin swallowed by the quaking surface of a once habitable Mars. That is why I shot a hole into the surface of Mars, and then shot myself into the hole in the surface of Mars to get to this city. Surprisingly, quite intact after being shot with the BFG 10,000. Alright, Sentinel Prime. Oh, isn't that just absolutely beautiful? Alright. The ancient arena is a holy place for the people of Argent Dener. Constructed in the earliest days of their history, this Colosseum served as a proving ground for trial by combat. Historical records indicate the Argenta did not jail their own kind. Rather, prisoners and criminals were granted the right to earn their chance at regaining honor through victory in the arena. Those who succeeded were given a place to fight in the front lines of the Sentinel Army, to die in service to Argent Dener. If you win in the arena, front lines. God, that's fucking. We should do that in like every country though. Like, because no one's gonna let like a pedophile. Like, right? You take all your prisoners, you allow them to do trial by combat. Then this one really buff, overconfident pedophile comes forward. He decides to go into the arena, get his shit pushed in. Dies by rape. That's what I want to see. A pedophile raped to death. That's what I want to see. Not with my eyes, but like as a headline on the news. Okay. This traditional use of the arena has subsided since the assimilation with the Dark Realm. The corrupted priests now allow more violent exchanges with armed captives pitted against demons for sport. The priests of the Order Daig continue to hold undisputed power on Argent Dener, spilling the blood of the Argent Ascended class will result in the transgressor's banishment. Asylum among the Argenta will be denied to any who do not adhere to the rules of engagement. This is where I killed A, one of the Hell Priests, and B, there was, I think it was called the Champion? It was one of the bosses. One of the more minor bosses. I would say, God damn, this is absolutely beautiful. It's like a high-tech Dark Souls background. I swear, everything about this game is just perfectly built. Like, look, this is Terrace Nabad, the home city of the Sentinels. Just look at it. It's freaking beautiful. Everything about it. Absolutely gorgeous. The city of Terrace Nabad was the crown jewel of Argent Dener for centuries. It served as the spiritual heart of Argent society, home to both the royal family and the center of political power. No expense was spared in the building of the city. With bold colonnaded architecture and towering monuments to gods and kings, resplendent on every avenue, rural Argenta flocked to Terrace Nabad on pilgrimage to the Maker temples. The society was ground zero of a massive demonic invasion attempt, and although the invasion was thwarted, the attack changed Argenta society forever. If I remember, I don't actually remember much about Terrace Nabad level. I do remember this specific spot here. I believe there was a marauder I had to fight. One of those deadly boys. I keep pressing escape. The Divinity Machine. Ooh, whoa, holy shit. Oh, I remember actually seeing this. I need to actually drink some water. My throat's gonna go dead. Oh, that's good stuff. Not good enough, though. But we'll keep going. I have so much lore left, and I've almost gone 2 hours. The show must go on. Within the infinite conscious matrix of the all-seeing maker God mind, there exists every potentiality, every predictive variable of possible future timeline. Each one known to the Maker Collective with omniscient, inextricable clarity. The God mind surveys these timelines, watching them form and expand exponentially like fractured patterns in the fabric of existence. Among these infinite possibilities, only one constant appears among them, unchanged by the flowing data of endless variability. That is the prophesized destroyer, the one who would bring about the destruction to the makers. Which is me, bitch! Me! The motherfucking Doomslayer! I am the one constant among every timeline. Literally infinite possibilities. I am the only constant. The only constant is these guys die to me and me alone. Oh god, that's a lot. Oh, Sentinel history. Oh boy. Let's go then. Let's freaking go. Oh my god. That's like a shard of death. I can't read none of this, by the way. I didn't do the geeky thing and actually learn how to speak Argentinian. Or Argenta? Argentinian? I don't fucking know what it's called. Translation from the Book of Kings. In the days before man first spoke, an immense shard of rock and metal was cast unto the world from the heavens. Thunderstruck and cataclysm shook the land as the skies were torn asunder. Oh, that is a lot of text. Oh, God. This is going to be a long stream. Okay. Cosmic spear cleft a hole through our mortal lands, pole to pole, from the cold wastes of the umbral plains to the fetid swamps of Ironfang. The womb of the world opened, and the elemental wraiths, the firstborn, spilled forth. They took to the skies, fierce in their emancipation. In their exultation they brought vitality to the land, and all that felt their breath were awakened from eternal slumber. Fierce beasts and unforgiving biosphere rose in the passing of their shadow, as the wraith call echoed across Argentinian. First came the ancestrals. Oh, yo, what's good, Lime? Welcome back. I have gone one tab. I did the story of Earth, and I am on the story of Sentinels. And in the story of Hell, the story of Maze and Demons and Weapon Arsenal. That's all I've got left, you know. It's not that much, I swear. First came the ancestrals, feral creatures invigorated by the magic of the wraiths. They grew to enormous heights, mighty behemoths who waged war with each other for years untold. Their battles tore the land asunder and destroyed all creation caught in their wake. The wraith call continued to spread across the land, and soon the Argenta emerged from the steppes. Our souls stirred into form by the power of their breath. Yeah, 60 sub hype, bro. A Crusaders production was the one who subbed by the 60th. The Titans towered over the wild-blooded tribes, but found them uncowed. The secret of the sword was discovered, and in the darkness of sweltering mountain forges, we beat steel until it was strong enough to pierce bone and sever flesh. Thus we came to be, born of rock and fire, lowly in birth but risen by the strength of our will. By the blessedness of the first ones, we forged sword and shield and took the hammer to the ancestrals. We claimed dominion of creation by right of blood and magic, and the time of man came to be. With the ancestral beasts driven back to their bleak valleys, we rose. We tilled the fertile land, husbanded beasts of burden, and built towering cities in the hollowed palace. On the obsidian throne we crowned King Omorio, the father, the first of the line that shall reign in perpetuity. We built the cathedral of reflection to worship the first ones, and formed the Order of Dag, whose priests pay tribute to the wraiths and appease their tempestuous hunger. Our sons and daughters chose the path of the sword or the path of the alchemist, for each duty honors the gods. Though our ways were righteous, we were not without strife. Storms and great quakes cast our spires down. Barbaric tribes laid siege to our fields in search of their great gifts Mother Argenta had bestowed upon our world, and the song of the wraith call threatened to drive lesser men into madness. We were not lesser men. We defended that which the first ones gifted to us, our lands and right to the bounty held within. We beat back the barbarian hordes and hardened our resolve. We rose above the fire, our bodies and souls tempered, and an unbreakable will was shaped in the forge of battle. What emerged was the heart of our legion, the Order of the Night Sentinels. That's fucking badass, bro. So, these wraith calls, they came, after the Earth was hit by, not the Earth, terrorists, after this planet was hit by this shard of metal and whatever, wraiths came out, releasing life of all kinds, bringing about ancestrals, which destroyed any form of creation that was caught in their battles. Following the ancestrals were titans, great enormous beasts that were pretty much just lesser ancestrals. And then there were the Argenta, the humans, if you will, born of rock and earth, rock and flame, or whatever the line was, that forged sword and shield and used those tools to take over this planet, to make it their own. Even with all of the problems, all the earthly disasters that happened, and all the ancestrals being driven to the corners of the earth, not the earth, the planet, and the titans, and all the other stuff. The Sentinels still reigned supreme over all of them. And they also worshipped fucking Khan Maker and the other makers. And they also, my Sentinels were forged out of fucking battle. Let's go. Yeah. Oh, the Doomslayers in this. I might not be dead inside. In the time of grief, when King Etrix took the throne, a blessing came to the people of Argenta. White porcelain beings from a world above our own brought gifts to Daenur. Oh, this is the planet of Daenur. I see. Observers to our great deeds, admirers of our convictions, they sought to make bond with our swords and bring lasting order to our world. liquids. Soothes the throat. These were beings unlike any we had seen before. Sword and shield had no weight against them, for the eternal flesh of these luminous beings seemed unbound by mortality. Able to move through time and space, they held sway over all dominions of the known and unknown dimensions. Through their ways we grew stronger, our society bolstered by the infinite wisdom and all-knowing power, assuring our people's safety for all time. In this world and in the next, where we sharpened the blade and mastered our magic, they bolstered the soul and spirit. Death would no longer be the end for our people. The ones we call the Makers, our new allies in this brutal world, have given us the security and death we fought so hard to achieve in life. We would find eternal peace, and our minds would rest easy with the knowledge that those we fought alongside in battle would join us in the lands beyond the mortal plane. The strength of our ways, the purity of our essence, would, by Maker law, grant us passage into the great city in the clouds. There our women and children, warriors and kin alike, would welcome us. We adopted the holy doctrines of the Makers, gifted in exchange with the change to earn eternal rest for our immortal souls. Sorry, we don't have immortal sins. I killed all of those in blessed Urdak. The covenant we held now under the embrace of our new gods fostered a peace we had never known, for they were unlike the first ones, whose presence offered no paradise from fear and uncertainty of existence in a harsh and unforgiving world. The Maker's existence was warm and guided us into an era of spiritual prosperity. So the Makers came down upon the Urdak, Dinner. Somebody unsubscribed. I'm gonna cry. Why would you do this to me? How could you hurt me so? So they came down and shared their technology and offered to bring them into their city once they died, making them essentially just gods, yeah. Oh, look at this. With machine and enchantment of the Makers, the Argenta brought our newfound clarity to the desperate realms of the Empyrean Void. We took flight with the support of our gods, spreading the enlightened word of the Khan Maker. We discovered there was not one enemy, but many. Worlds and peoples unknown to Argenta were unveiled, and we saw our own suffering reflected in their eyes. Our righteous army strode into battle under their banner of the Night Sentinels, and fought for the freedom of all people from the grasp of those who would exploit and prey upon them. Though we battled on soil not our own, the blood we shed in foreign land safeguarded Argentina and the sons and daughters that defended it. Though the strange peoples we liberated now alliances were formed, and our beliefs became their own, our army swelled. As the Argenta traversed the stars with gleaming war fleets, the Khan of the Makers approached King Rowan on his throne. He sensed his god restless by her disquiet manner. The king and Khan spoke, and the god revealed she had foreseen a schism in the blood of Argenta. A test would be required to identify its host among us. She spoke of a holy rite to be performed on the strongest of our warriors. Only those that proved worthy would be tested, for the impurity could reside in only one of the most resilient of our legion. The divinity machine, a great tribute by Maker Scholaris, would help us cleanse any impurities from our flock, ensuring our continued prosperity in this world and in the Maker realm that awaited us in the afterlife. The malicious one, if not exhumed from our ranks, would jeopardize our safe passage into the heavenly realm of Urdak. The Dark One was not amongst them yet, nor would he be for many generations. Only the Mother God, through the Minion and Maker sight, would determine when he stood before them. The Makers were truth, and only their unclouded eyes could find the one who was marked. The prophecy of the Unholy One was written, but through the ages the warning grew faint until only the Khan Maker herself and the High Priest of the Order Daig still whispered of he that would one day come to threaten their way of light. So these are Sentinel ships. This kind of looks like the Fortress of Doom. These might actually just be different ships of the same design. So basically the makers were like, yo, somebody of you people that are fighting for us and fighting your enemy pretty much is going to lead to great troubles, and we're not going to let you into heaven anymore, or Urdak. So put everybody in this machine to prevent that from happening. All right, that'd be freaking great, guys. Yeah, good luck with that then. But it wasn't for a long time. The time of King Novik, as the Argenta secured peace and safety through dimensions across time and space, an outlander came to us. He was not of our world and spoke an ugly tongue. How he first took step upon our lands was unknown. Sentinel scouts had found the outlander bloodied, clawed, and near death, mumbling of impending doom and the forces of darkness. The scent of blood followed him, and the gore that stained his armor seemed not entirely his own. By Argenta law, the stranger would be judged in the Colosseum, where he would be given the chance of all who stray from the path to fight for his freedom. We know not the stranger. His mind seemed crippled with rage. He dressed in attire not suited for our lands and carried munition of arcane origin. We watched as his will overcame his injuries, and in the blood arena he proved his worth. The Outlander's technique was crude and brutal, but the determination in his charge echoed that of any true-born sentinel. His war cry echoed through the Colosseum, as did the sound of his fury, and the gods cheered his banner. Rip and tear. They shouted as the beast pushed beyond mortal wounds and certain death. He would be gifted with he would be gifted no rank, no title. The survivors in the arena were provided with only one reward: the right to earn an honorable death while spreading the blessings of the makers to those in need. Whew. The Outlander's determination was witnessed, his ravings documented, and through the word of the Order Daig, the con maker had him brought before her. She set her minions to learning his tongue, for his ugly words he spoke of lands unseen, creatures born of fire, and a dark place unknown to the queen and her caste. Yet another opportunity to expand the gift of the makers to those in need. So that was the Doomslayer. I'm assuming after, because like if I go back here, he's wearing the armor from the original games, the I think it was 1990s games. So after everything that happened in those games, he was fighting demons pretty much eternally, and somehow ended up on Urdak, fought in the Colosseum with mortal wounds, said his classic rip and tear, and then he managed to beat the Colosseum and make his way out, where his mind was basically picked by the con maker and her drones until they found out about hell and its legion of demons, which is shown here. Kako demon looks like a baron, maybe? Flying freaking gargoyles, bro. They're everywhere. On the eve of the Black Star, the Dark Ones came from a world beneath our own, not through ship nor inferior vessel, but through the fabric of dimensions. Out of swirling, fiery gates came horned beasts from a timeless realm. First one, then many. Crashing waves of evil swelled from the obsidian forest of the Argentian overlands. The Alorum clans from the eastern mountains fell first to the black hordes of devils, and the city of Telerum was slung under the weight of their charge. We sentinels rose to meet the beasts with spear in hand, the might of the holy fleet striking back at the demons, but the dark gates from whence they gave birth still to even greater hordes. A line of blood was drawn with the fallen of both sides, and the unholy wars began as the time of darkness came upon us. So, it says here, on the eve of the Black Star. I don't know what that means. I have no idea. But on the eve of the Black Star, the demons arrived at Urdak, slowly trying to take it over until, well, they did eventually. And the Night Sentinels were the only ones that could really hold them back, but many lives were still lost, even so. Ooh. Imp organs. Let's frickin' go. Alright. Unlike enemies of the past, we could not contain the demons emergent from the Dark Realm. Their weaponry was not conjured from machined steel, but from the essence of their very being, a dark magic not known to us in our many conquests. Had we grown overconfident, our victories serving to dull our blade as we drank in the glory of our expanding empire? Lost we knew not of how to prevail against this foe. The Maker God stood perplexed, and our engineers and priests scrambled to find the advantage in battle we so desperately needed. Unknown to the enemy, we were pushed back to the brink of defeat, and our God stood with us as we worked to find the answer. The Order of Dig were the first to unlock the mystery of these foul creatures. The priests were able to capture several of the beasts and set about to identify the source of their power. It was then that the essence of the Dark Realm was discovered. Not wholly unlike our own, this power was the life essence that flowed through their twisted form and powered their attacks. It could be harnessed to power our own weapons, giving the Argenta the chance to combat the demons on even footing. The priests believed that with greater knowledge of the essence, we could discover its source and cut it off from the demons to strangle their armies from within, allowing us to regain the advantage we required for victory on the battlefield. The Khan Maker gave blessings to our majesties and directed the priests to delve deeper into the mysteries of the scarlet elixir from the demonic realm, for she sought only to return balance to our universe. Proper assimilation was required as hell stood beyond her influence. After great effort, the priests discovered more than they had ever hoped for. They learned of the true nature of the demonic energy and how it could strengthen those skilled enough to harness its power. The energy coursing through the malformed bodies of our relentless enemy could be used to end life or enhance it. The power to heal, to mend, immortality, knowledge, and enlighten faculties beyond our understanding. With the demon's life force in the skilled hands of the sentinel priests and under the righteous gaze of the Khan Maker, our people would not only rise to victory over the unholy horde that clawed at our walls, we would move to a higher plateau of existence, ushering in a new era of military science and industrial healing. No sentinel would grow sick, no maker would need to suffer the transfiguration they so feared. All would be risen. None could ever oppose our peaceful ways and threaten our world again. True balance over hell and its legions, over space and time in this world and all others. We would dictate the order. United with the Makers, we would find peace eternal. So they discovered how to use demon energy not only for weaponry, but for healing and just general technological use. Just how to use it in pretty much every way possible. And its source, I guess. Is that demon pain? Oh, so much more. Oh, the Doomslayer and the Night Sentinel and the Betrayer. Beautiful. Okay. Who the fuck unsubbed? I don't know, but it bothers me immensely. I would like to be at 60 subs once again. It was an empowering ideal. The Khan Maker demanded a teeth of the essence, and driven by her desire, the priests submitted themselves to her will. The Order of the Dig took counsel with the king, speaking only of the spoiled lands sure to be found through the cleft in creation, and the opportunity to purge the new invaders from Argent Dener We took the war to their cursed land, pressing through the gates of wizardry. There was one among us who seemed to know the true nature of these foul demons. It was the Outlander, the stranger who had come to us from places unknown. He who had survived in the front lines far longer than any sentinel-born prisoner had before. Yes, there was an among us there. His passion for the battle against the vile horde was evident, his lust for their destruction matching our own. Though Argent Dener remained a foreign land to him, his fervor caught the attention of inquisitors of the Sentinel Guard, some whispering of a suspected allegiance he held in secret with the demons. Silencing the critics, King Novik deemed him worthy of selection. The signifiers brought a commission to our king, and it was decided that he be lifted from the common rabble. Oh shit, King Novak raised me up so I could fight on my own. Though no arena-bound prisoner had ever been granted the honor, the Knight Sentinels broke tradition and deemed the Outlander worthy of training. A number of disciples grumbled and chaffed at the barbarian present in their ranks, but in the war with the demons all opportunities for even the slightest advantage were to be considered, and as they witnessed the stranger spar with the hallmasters, they found him in an unyielding, unrelenting compatriot. This man was an outsider, friend to none, and yet rose each time he was thrown to the dirt of the circle, battered and bruised, his brow stained with blood. He rose with grim determination for the chance to face his enemies in armed combat once again. No matter how many times you knock down the Doomslayer, he gets up, wanting only the destruction of his enemy by his own hand. Time passed as the stranger was instructed in this I'm dying. Time passed as the stranger was instructed in the codified matrices of the Order, the ancient lessons of battle and brotherhood taught to all sentinels. He could sense the opportunity before him. Soon all of hell would feel his wrath once again. Satisfied that he would not be a detriment to their prowess, the Knight Sentinels granted him his wish as they ventured through the hell gates with the stranger in tow. They knew no rest, fighting in the unnatural elements and training under the blood moon of night. The stranger suffered exhaustion, wounds, and sickness, but asked for no aid and was offered none. 3 times the Knight Sentinels ventured into the gate and back, and upon every return the stranger strode more capable than before. His gait locked in step with the march of the sentinels, a disciplined and now controlled lust for demon blood ever present. The passing of years and numerous battles with the devils indentured the stranger to Argenta's mightiest warriors, and no longer did they condescend to him as a new-blooded conscript. Far to them he had become a brother in arms, forged in war, an ally, and a weapon. That is fucking badass. Not once did he ask to be someone who... Not once did he ask for a cure to his sickness, or healing for his injuries. He only fought. He didn't die at all because he's a motherfucking Doom Slayer. He slays all. Doom is eternal, and Doom will never stop. Oh. The Con Makers and her drones supporting Urdak and the Night Sentinels, fighting off the demon horde of the Dark Realm. I like Bang. It keeps me alive. And probably will kill me. As we warred with the beasts of the Argenta Society grew, under the watchful eye of the Makers and through the endless power of the Essence. While our generals were consumed with the unholy war, our culture was marked by the beautiful potion the enemy had provided us. The sweet elixir. It brought us an immeasurable capacity and empowered us to reach further into dimensions once thought to be beyond our grasp. Under the direction of our maker gods and the engineering of our high priests, our weapons blazed and our war machines stormed. The throngs of the populace drank deeply from the well of energy unveiled by the priests. But we of the Night Sentinels took no part in their abundance. Some among us whispered accusations and warnings against this manner of progress, but they were quelled, as it was not our role to dictate the further future of our people, only to defend it. This is fucking good. These guys did not use anything besides, I'm gonna assume, the weapons, but looking at this image, those aren't Argent energy weapons. Those are just metal. These motherfuckers were fighting demons with swords and spears and halberds and various other shit. They said, ha ha, bussin'. Oh, the champion, Doomslayer champion with the sword and Titan. That's a Titan, bro. There are pigeons here. As the Black Star ascended to its zenith, King Novix sat restless on his throne as a howling darkness began to assemble just beyond the mountain rise to the east. The blight came upon us in droves, flooding forth from the Hellgate with merciless fury. They brought with them a monstrous titan, the Dreadnought, a beast to rival the stature and menace of even the mightiest Ancestral. Motherfucking, it was as strong as the Ancestrals that would destroy any creation that would come between it and its goal. And Jesus Christ. The grotesque giant laid waste to all before him, crushing all in his path. This was a total demonic assault, striking at the heart of Argentinur as never before. How was it that the behemoth could pass through the demonic gate without warning? We would never know, though the Night Sentinels believed treason was at play. Caught off guard, the Sentinel scrambled late in defiance of the Titan. Well, hello. Israel is back, and he is back, indeed. Or she, I don't know your fucking gender. Caught off guard, the Sentinel scrambled late in defiance of the Titan and his horde, and with his coming, the holy city of Terras Nabad prepared for judgment. With the onslaught of the demons masked in the sprawling shadow of the abhorrent fiend, the city shook its foundation. None were spared, save those that fled north. The vile swarm ransacked our temples and palaces, burning our towers and feasting on our on the souls of our clergy. Yet the Night Sentinels rallied and held fast against the demons, though they were pushed back and crawled at the blood arena. As the dark of night descended... Did I? Yeah, I did. Though the dark of night descended... Shit. What the fuck? Shit. Where was I? God damn it. As the dark of night descended, their swords remained potent and shred the enemy, multitude with abandon. Amidst the unyielding ranks of the sentinels, when all other apprentices had fallen in battle, stood the Outlander. Rip and tear! He roared, ferocious in battle. The remaining conscripts of the arena stood in awe as they witnessed the beast who had once raged within their very cells, now armored alongside the shoulders of his sentinel brethren. He had risen where none other had before. A true-born sentinel fighter, the very best among them. But through the swarm fell before their assault. But who really did the unsubbed SMH? What? Yeah, someone did unsub. Sad. Very sad. But the swarm fell before their assault. But though the... More bang it is. More caffeine. Oh, that's the good stuff. But though the swarms fell before their assault and Titan remained invincible, for none could tame the behemoth alone. In the hours before dawn, the Night Sentinels weathered their relentless assault. The Outlander held his ground at the foot of the great wall in the northern bend of the castle. Seeing his unyielding vigor, Samur, Chancellor, to the Mother God, hurried the Outlander away. Samur hurried the Outlander away under the veil of secrecy, and for reason unknown submitted him to a rite untold. This was heresy, for Samur received no consent from the Khan Maker, nor did he receive her counsel. Are you reading the story? I'm reading the Codex entries, so essentially, yes, this story. This is the story of the Sentinels specifically. The faction, I would say, that took in the... Oh, fuck, I moved my mouse. The faction that took in the motherfucking Doomslayer when he was on death's door. And he repaid. The Outlander submitted himself... Samur received no consent from the Khan Maker, nor did he receive her counsel. In the Chapel of Purity, the Outlander submitted himself to the Divinity Machine. There, Samur Maker, the Seraphim known to us as only the aside to the Mother God, blessed the Outlander with fierce speed and power to match his will. It was the method by which this transfusion took place that was most uncertain to us, for we were of the knowledge that the Maker device bestowed upon Argenta so many generations ago was to be used by the priests only to find the impurity among us. How could it be that the device was meant to cull the sentinel breed of its contaminants, could then be used to purify the Outlander's body, and given rise to the one who would lead us into the battle henceforth? What rose from the holy coffin on the fateful day was not in pure abomination the Covenant warned us of. The hero within would come to be known only as the Great Slayer, the Time Walker, The warrior Khan whose fire sword would blaze forth a path for the just and cut through the demonic horde with a vengeance that only a god king could summon. He rose unbroken by the ritual, his eyes burning with Maker magic. He took the crucible in his hand, and wraith fire leapt forth from the blade, as only it will when held by a true sentinel warrior king. In our darkest hour, the Slayer had been chosen. Divine tradition, our most sacred laws, and the will of the great Khan herself, a stranger to our lands, had been blessed with celestial might. So, essentially, the Doomslayer, against the will of the Khan Maker, was blessed with a godly power, and therefore became much, much stronger and able to wield the crucible. Fucking perfect. The only other people that could wield something like the crucible was the Night Kings. The Sentinel Night Kings. Night Sentinel Kings. Whatever. Holy robotic Titan. Fuck. Okay. This is absolutely crazy, because I've seen dead robots of these a lot of times when I was playing through, and Doomslayer has one of his own. There's the Khan Maker supporting by just existing, and the Doomslayer decided to, haha, shotgun! With the coming of the Slayer, the Night Sentinels took the campaign. Also, I just realized, earlier it said that the Doomslayer was not using traditional ammunition. He was using enchanted or ethereal or some kind of special ammunition. Because otherwise, I don't think these demons would be dying. He's using some kind of magic on his bullets. Bullet plus magic equal win. Demon can't handle bullet and magic at the same time. With the coming of the Slayer, the Night Sentinels took the campaign deeper into the heartland of the demons than ever before. Mighty Atlans were brought forth, tearing paths through the hordes of hell alongside the Slayer and his army. The High Priest, under the guidance of the Mother God, had found means to gain entry to the innermost regions of the demon world. With the Deeg's presence, now gates could be opened. Our war machines were unstoppable, wrought with Maker technology enhanced by the very essence our enemies hurled against us. As our enemies drove deeper into the blood-drenched territory of the demons, countless victories were assured with the power of the Slayer. For with the Alpha Interfector at the fore of our pack, we brought certain doom to our foes. And I'm out of bang. Oh no. Okay. And though our hearts were pure and our purpose righteous, unbeknownst to the fighters of Argenta, in our wake and under the veil of secrecy, Mother God had set her priests to build vast factories upon the heathens' land, that she might gather the essence for further development. How this deception began we would not know, for our focus remained on the hordes of the underworld. Why then would we stoop so low as to contain our Mother God of betraying our covenant? The Khan Maker did not seem at ease with the unforeseen rise of the Slayer, and the Seraphim who had birthed the Destroyer in secret soon vanished from Urdak, perhaps exiled for his heresy. Our legions rose and fettered under the unquenchable rage of the Doomslayer, and his design led the Khan Maker to find profit in his endorsement. It soon became known that the Slayer was the Maker's god machine, a holy relic reborn, sent to bring the Maker's word to the wicked and smite those who would seek to harm all who followed the path to Urdak. With the Slayer unwittingly cleaving a path for her, the Mother Gods siphoned the essence, processing it beyond our knowledge into the fuel that would become known as Argent Energy. The Slayer cared not for polity. He took no interest in the workings of our people, but set his task only on his desire, the destruction of the demons in their world. He no longer spoke for reasons unknown, though it was understood that he still possessed the ability, offering only guttural hefts of anger as he inflicted pain upon his enemies. For years he marched with the Night Sentinels through the fires of the demons' lands, and every return to our homeworld found much changed in Argentina. Should any blame be opportune to the Sentinels, it is this: in our fervor we were neglectant of our people, and did not see the rising tide of evil our crusade empowered. We knew only the enemy laid before us and the wealth of Argenta at our backs. We did not pause to seek the cost and method of this progress. Damn. So, while the Slayer was saying, I'ma stop talking now, and just slaughter demons, only grunting every so often, with this godly power I have achieved, the Khan Maker processed the demon's energy into Argent Energy, which is what Samuel was doing pretty much. And by doing so, she advanced Argent Energy, but also changed it significantly. Let me show you guys this image. This looks like the demonic, or the Marauders, maybe? Some form of Marauder, or I would hope. And the thralls that carry the frickin' giant bricks. Shit. Yet as the Slayer and Night Sentinels battled the demonic host, their failure to act outside the confines of their duty allowed the rancor of the essence to grip the Argenta. It was on a mission deep within the boiling seas of the Nether Realm, where the Order of the Six reside, that a company of Night Sentinels learned of the Khan Maker's true dealings with the callous beasts. By Maker design, it was kept secret from the Sentinels and Argent people alike that the essence we had grown so reliant on during this war was comprised on the very spirit of our brothers and sisters who'd fallen to these vile creatures. The truth had been uncovered, and all beings who found their end by the demonic horde would become a vassal of their hellscape, their flesh in time twisted into the very demons we fight, their souls extracted to create the essence that powers their world and ours. The victims were the enemy, and the enemy would become us. The soldiers stood in awe at the base of a factory, dedicated to such action, a place where the bodies of the slain were sorted and processed, tortured for the mill to have their souls extracted through sinister magic. Enormous vats of pain and suffering, ethereal energy, the haunting sounds of lost souls awash in an eternity of servitude, transformed into energy to power our struggle against the dark realm and its malice. So she intentionally hid the fact that the energy was of their souls. That's kind of fucked up. But worse than this grim reality was the discovery of the machinery which was used to enact the vile process our fallen had been subjected to. For it was not hoof and claw that this blasphemous technology had come to pass, but by the hand of the Argenta, guided by the Mother God's desire, we had fallen deep within the grasp of the enemy. What we had fought against would not reveal itself to be true, as without countenance we could hold no sway over the Argenta populace. Regardless, the honor of the Night Sentinels would have to hold up the variety of these claims, and the Mother God could be our divinity no more. So they're going to, in secret corridors and clandestine conference, the Night Sentinels would find those amongst them who similarly distrusted the essence and had foretold the swelling eruption. Once the truth could be shared, the skeptics became members of the Sentinel insurrection, and the breach between holy and unholy Argenta began to grow. So, I see. These are the Argenta, the people of Argent Dener, who are being led by the con maker to create the technology that's producing the soul energy. Okay. Let's go. These guys who seem to be on the side of the con maker. Oh, these guys are the frickin'... These guys are the Marauders. Doomslayer, one of the Marauders, with his axe and shotgun. All the Titans and the con maker and her drones versus all the Night Sentinels, and also King Novak and his giant robot war machines. The truth could not be denied. The holy spires raised in barren lands function by blessing of maker machinery. The Khan had betrayed Argent Dener and had made concert with the demons to harvest their essence, in return granting them access to all the worlds under her influence. A symbiotic relationship had formed, and darkness now had been balanced by a light. For where there was heaven, so there would be a hell. The followers would be granted passage to Urdak, and the sinners would fall into fiery pits of the dark realm. This word would be spread from all cultures and all worlds, and in all places we were not without blame. For it was our people, the priests and sentinel engineers, who had laid the work in place, Argenta slaves had built the dark factories, and our own ancient wraith energy helped purify Hell's elixir into the miracle fuel that now powered the Maker's world and our own. The Night Sentinels spoke of the evil brought by the essence and carried their word to all who would listen. We had helped to create this new dichotomy, and so it must be for the Argenta to stop the spread of this pestilence. This new phase of existence, the dark and the light, if not for us, then the innocent whose worlds have yet to fall under the spell of the Maker, God, and her unforeseen allies in the Hell dimension. I've nearly been going for 3 hours now. Damn. Even when the Night Sentinels returned from the demonic realm with tales of slave factories that damned their souls of the innocent, the indoctrinated masses of Argent Deneur took no quarrel with the Makers. They were indebted to the demon essence, the ministers deliberating but finding no basis for change. The messengers were cast down for daring to speak against those who have gifted us so much, our gods. The Makers, in their infinite wisdom, would see fit that the faithful continue life anew in Urdak. They feared the wrath of the Mother God. A lifetime of servitude would not be undone by this insurrection. This was simply another trial, a test of faith to those who identify that they were truly worthy of to experience life in eternal in Urdak. The Argenta would not waver in their resolve. The Night Sentinels prepared for war once again, though this battle meant drawing the blood of their own brothers. Our army had seen the work of the demons firsthand and knew its evil. They had returned to the way of the wraiths, and through their armament was diminished without the essence. It remained pure and righteous. A division amongst the Argenta had occurred, one side standing in opposition to the doctrine of the Makers, and the other locked in to the doctrine of the locked in belief. The ascended empire was compromised of the faithful and misled, wielding the desecrated energies of hell, the power of the Makers, and marauders who had sided with the Khan. The Night Sentinels were bolstered by the free people of Argenta, and mightiest of all killers, the Slayer himself. Plans and tactics were drawn. The Sentinels would close the Argent energy factories in Necrovol that fed the world of Urdak directly with its supply of fresh essence. They would stop the flow. Those slumbering wraiths would wake from their sleep and give Argent Deneur courage. So, they were planning on shutting down the factories. I think that I did that. And by doing so, the wraiths would wake up and give courage to Argent Deneur so that they would fight against the Khan Maker who was leading them down a path of destruction. Ooh. That doesn't look like the Slayer. Alright, I have to use the restroom. So, okay, since that's gonna stay on that screen for you guys, I'm gonna leave that up. I'm gonna put the music back on, and I will be back shortly. I have indeed returned. Is there anybody commented? No. Alright. I did eat before this stream. This has been going on a little long, so I got myself just a little bit to eat. And also, my throat's starting to hurt pretty bad. But I will read all of these in the stream. I refuse to make a part 2. Okay, I was on part fucking 13. These are surprisingly good. Haven't tried this before. They're White Castle fully cooked sliders. I unthawed them earlier today, and I didn't eat them, so I put them in my fridge. So they're a bit cold, but they're pretty good. I have been enjoying this so far. And if you have too, which I hope you have, and if you've made it 3 hours in, first of all, thank you for staying this freaking long. I doubt many people will, but if you did, thank you. And consider leaving a like and or subscribing. Or, alternatively, well, not alternatively, additionally, you could also join our Discord, which has a link in the description. The Discord is just a place where anybody can hang out, chat with everybody else, and sometimes, if you want to, you could even just come play games with me, Mercy, Assassin, Lime, Carlos, XZombieSnowmanx. Anybody who is part of the Forsaken or has a link in my description currently is in that Discord server. So, feel free to join. And I will be finished shortly. And by shortly, I'm hoping in the next minute or two. So let me give you guys your music back. See, I told you that was going to be shortly. Alright. Back into it we go. Hey, there are the 3 hell priests from earlier. Or, I suppose now. From earlier in the game would also be worthy. For years, the Civil War raged and took its toll on the soldiers as their armor laid stained with the blood of their brothers on a cursed battlefield. Finally, an opportunity to end the war had been discovered by the Order of Deeg and the Night Sentinels. With the Slayer at the head of the army, They gathered to traverse through the gate and surrender Necroval, the city of the dead. Sunder, not surrender. There is a difference. I don't know the difference. I don't know what sunder means. The Order of the Deeg, the high priests who had pledged their allegiances long ago to the Night Sentinels, worked in service of our mission. Those holy priests who had served the Argenta since time immemorial assured us that the way was clear. A plan was set to march into the accursed walls of Necroval and smite the factory, cutting off the flow of essence to Urdak and denying the Khan Maker of her prize. Our force took spear in hand and advanced, and it is there that the venom of treachery struck. Upon entry through the Hell Portal, Night Sentinels were scattered to the winds of the unplanned chaos. Our warriors were separated, our ranks split, as the gates twisted and hurled them across the unholy realm. Some of our warriors appeared near the gates as they had walked before, but found that the vile priests had barred the way back. Then the trap was sprung, and each lone Argenta found himself set upon by bloodthirsty multitudes of demonic beasts. Let it be known that it was not the priests alone who failed the northern armies, but one of the Sentinel's own. Hell found a weakness, and exploited it to the demise of Argent Dener. If not for the betrayer's stroke of madness, the Wraith's power would still be our own, and the Sentinel flag would still rise above Argent Dener this day. Damn, the betrayer made hell a betrayal. He sacrificed all of Argent Dener, or rather Sentinel, all the Sentinels, in an attempt to get his son back. But his son was transformed into the icon of sin instead. There were bows, bro? There were frickin' Argent bows? Great swords, maces, frickin' doom blades. I don't know what else to call that but a doom blade. Giants, spears. Alright, this is the final part of the story of the Sentinels. Scattered in hell, abandoned by their clergy and reinforcements, the Sentinels proved their worth in what would be their final war with the forces of all evil, unrelenting power in the face of certain death. The Sentinels crushed hundreds of demons and skewered titans. When their Atlans held no more fuel, the Sentinels took to the ground and fought the swarms on land. All of hell knew of the betrayal, for it was without question the Makers and the priests who had sowed the seeds of deceit long before the brave warriors passed the gate. What hell saw that day was the beating heart of the free people of Argent Dener. They did not flinch in the face of their own certain death. They died as they lived, with sword and shield in hand. Urdak, too low a place to house such giants, theirs would be the fate of the warrior gods, remembered for all time. Lord Sarsh, the stalwart banner sergeant, was found with his war standard pierced through the throat of a great beast. his body surrounded by the corpses of enemies. Rowan the Mighty. The light faded from his eyes had eviscerated such a multitude that their entrails clung to the black rocks like vines. Gore, relentless until the end, had broken his blade on the backs of his foes, and by the time he fell, he had slain another 200 with his hands alone. The priests believed the sentinels all slain, but share the stream with your friends. Yes, if you are currently watching, please share the stream. I am going through pain of the throat, and if you got me to 60 subs, that would make me very happy. Also, just to see, I'm going to Google how many is 2 score. Just to see, because I'm curious. 40. He killed 40 demons with his hands alone. The priests believed the sentinels all slain, but we are, Jinta, born to overcome. Rumors deemed heretical by the Order Deeg persist and claim that the Slayer himself still rages in the unholy realm. None who live can know, for the future of Argent Deneur has been bent and twisted by the perverted vision of the Essence Drinkers. Never again will the light of the Wraiths illuminate our world. All has fallen. If the Slayer does live, let him carry our vengeance forward. If he persists, let him wreak violence on those who have wronged us. May the blood of his sword never dry. May his war never end until the guilty have been punished. And may this evil never again spread its shadow over any other world. Holy shit. So, all of the Night Sentinels were slain. Well, not slain, they were fucking gang killed. Were fought by fucking hundreds of demons, each of them killing tens, if not hundreds of demons on their way out of the world. And only one remained, the Slayer himself. Oh, I'm so glad that I brought not only Bang, but water. The only thing I wish I had, though, was cough drops. Sadly, I do not. So, next, we move on to the story of Hell. Starting with Hell Barges. Atop mighty thralls, the Hell Priests oversaw the invasion of the mortal world. The thrall, slave titan of the underworld, carried priest temples into the wake of battle, providing the priests with a vigil of Hell's advance from the strategically impervious emplacement. From their temple perch, the priests would emanate a powerful psionic influence, imposing greater coordination among the chaotic forces of Hell and increasing their battle effectiveness. The thrall, possessing superior resilience, proved indestructible by conventional weapons, thwarting all attempts by psychokinetic tether. By arc defense forces. Only by severing the priest's psychokinetic tether could the Titan be neutralized, an act that could only be accomplished by the infiltration of the temple itself. So that's why in the beginning, when Doomslayer killed one of the hell priests that was in the temple on top of one of the thralls, it started falling as soon as he killed the priest. That makes a lot more sense now. Also, it says that I had a theory that the hell priests somehow made the demons more coordinated and stronger. And it looks like I may have been right about that. The hell priests themselves. Speaking of which, I remember this scene from playing through. Powerful practitioners of arcane magics, the priests have warped their powers to suit their insidious purpose, harnessing the dark forces of the hellish psychomancy to prepare Earth for the final blood ritual. By blood were the hell priests bound to the dark ritual, which now consumed Earth. And so long has even one of them lives, the consumption of Earth would continue, allowing hell unfettered rule of the mortal world. Only by destroying the priests can the blood ritual be stopped and the Earth saved. That's why killing all three of them was my first goal. To stop the blood ritual. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, there's all three. Okay. Oh, there's a before and after of the priest. Yeah, he got much creepier after. One of Dagnilox, one of the three hell priests. Dagnilox is charged with ensuring that hell's invasion of Earth succeeds. He prepares to operate on the planet's surface, working in his unholy barge carried on the back of the demonic titan. This provides him with an elevated mobile position with which to oversee the campaign against humanity. Spiteful and cruel, Nilox frequently captures civilians alive, so their still living blood can be harvested for his occult rituals. Fucking bastard, man. I know that you sacrificed all of the frickin' literally all of the, Night Sentinels, but damn! Capturing them alive? Oh, this guy's got a lot more information. Dagnarok. Runok. Dark Viceroy of the Dark Viceroy of the Chaos Throne. Runok has long served as one of Hell's emissaries on Earth, laying the foundation for the planet's inevitable invasion in the secrecy. Runok has prepared the Hell Gate, awaiting the omen of the sixth seal, that which signals the age of rapture, which will cleanse Earth as foretold by the Maker prophets. Runok worked closely with Olivia Pierce during the development of the original Mars project, and since her death he has taken total control of the UAC. His promises of wealth, power, and everlasting life have corrupted the organization from within, absolving its employees of their moral conscience, accelerating the sacrifice of Earth in exchange for the lure of Argent energy and the promise of undying union with Hell. Dagnarok previously served the King of Argentina as a sentinel priest, guiding the Argenta's spiritual growth as a hollowed figure. After the betrayal, he abandoned his homeworld, working on behalf of the Khan Maker and personally overseeing the transformation of viable planets. Runok has constructed a veritable fortress in the polar caps to protect him during his work. So, he's the one who corrupted the UAC, changing all those UAC hologram things. They were saying, let yourself be sacrificed, because this guy convinced all of the UAC that being sacrificed to the demons isn't that bad of a thing. Well, I haven't done that mess up in a while. I'm gonna skip over these two. I'm gonna go back, but for now I'm just gonna do these 3 hell priests. Oh, this bad boy changed. I think he got tuberculosis and, like, skin cancer or something. Several different forms of cancer. It appears. Degrave. Degrave remains the most powerful of the hell priests among the people of Argent-Deneur, frequently visiting his ancient homeworld to lord over the populace. Arrogant and pompous, Grave calls for blood sport in the arena to entertain the fallen citizens of the Sentinel Prime. Since the demonic invasion of Earth began, he has operated on the planet's surface along with his fellow Hell Priests to direct Hell's forces, but after the deaths of Daig Nilox and Daig Renok, he fled to safety of the arena. It was Daig Grave who facilitated the torment and eventual betrayal of the Sentinel Commander Valen, taking the keys of the sepulchre of elements and opening the vault of the sleeping wraiths. The ancient creatures were abducted, transported to hell, and tortured to siphon away their power. He used the heart of Valen's son to animate the icon of sin, a titan, still spoken of legend throughout Argent-Deneur. This guy is the one who made the icon of sin? This frickin' guy made the icon of sin. Yeah, he was the final hell priest that I killed. And he was the one who made the icon of sin out of the betrayer's son's heart. That is fucked. Oh, would you look at that? Got man. Gladiator. In the years following the end of the Golden Age, competing factions of Argent-Deneur turned against one another. An insidious influence had beset itself upon the Sentinel's people, corrupting its once held sacred traditions. The Colosseum, once a place of an honorable combat, where prisoners of the Argenta were tested for the right to fight in the front lines of their army, has since become a place of blood sport. In violation of Sentinel law, the priests have encaged a demon there, a merciless executioner used to enact judgment of their own decree. The gladiator, wielding a cursed shield which entombs the tormented soul of his undying master, remains undefeated in battle, infamous for the many lives it has claimed. I wouldn't say undefeated in battle, because I frickin' killed him. Also, I forgot about the Doom Hunter and Marauder, so yeah, we're doing that now. If you use the plasma rifle against his shield, or any plasma weapon, either of the plasma weapons I would assume, the shield eventually goes down and you can just shoot him. And then if you take any other kind of weapon and hit here in his little hover ship, he go burr, hover ship go boom. Doom Hunter. Once a race of beast-like hunters, the Doom Hunter creature was known to Sentinel warriors in ages past as lethal stalkers of the Metal Age. Extracted from the frozen depths of the polar tundra, the Doom Hunter belongs to an ancient race uncovered during cultist excavation in the remote Arctic. Preserved below the frozen ice for millions of years, the unearthed remains of this creature were deemed suitable for reconstruction, becoming the subject of cultist necro-regenerative bioexperimentation. Within the remote citadel, a high-tech ritual altar, which towers over the Goliathan ruins, the Doom Hunter was ceremoniously and systematically resurrected and rebuilt. While the majority of its components are now cybernetic, it retains a high degree of mental faculty, a sentient, brutal hunting instinct, augmented with the armaments of a tank division. That is fucking terrifying. So it's not just a robot. It knows. It's sentient. It lives. It's just 99% robot, pretty much. Most of its body is robot. The Marauders that the Doomslayer fought against before the fall of Argentina and in the game, the only real difference I see is the helmet, the horns on the helmet. Boom, real horns. Second of all, cracked the top of the helmet off because I'm assuming of the horns. The rest seems unchanged besides the... Well, this guy's holding a shotgun, this guy's not, and the axe is different. Interesting. Okay, Marauder. As civil war consumed Argentina, the Night Sentinel's guard was quartered by their fate. Tim, when the stream is done, you should talk to me. Alright, I will. I'm not that close to the end, though. So just write down what you want to talk about. I think I got an idea that would benefit. I'm willing to listen, yeah. Just write it down, because it's going to be a while before I'm actually done with this. And I'm not sure if you will be able to remember by the time I am done. As civil war consumed Argentina, the Night Sentinel's guard was quartered by their faith, torn between serving the Khan Maker or revolting against that which they swore to protect. It's an idea involving a stream or video series involving Minecraft. That'd be cool. I've been wanting kind of to add a bit of Minecraft, or at least some kind of regular survival series, because that's pretty much the only genre I don't really have right now. Those most disillusioned forswore their oath to the Sentinel royalty. I think that you guys can hear that, actually. I'm going... Streamer mode is on. I'm gonna make a building team and we're gonna build an Elven city. Damn. Alright. Let me just mute server. Just set myself into do not disturb. That should work, right? Right. You're not receive any desktop notification. Perfect. Alright. Those most disillusioned forswore their oath to the Sentinel royalty. I just died inside right there. Forswore their oath to the Sentinel royalty. abandoning their pact of allegiance made to the throne. These hardened warriors joined the separatist group led by the exalted priest class, allying themselves with the Makers and their devout acolytes. In an attempted coup against the Sentinel Royal House, these Sentinel warriors who fell in battle, having sided with the Makers, were ultimately denied finality in death. Resurrected by the divinity machine of Maker design, these fallen sentinels were returned from the dead, transformed by Hell's power, and recreated with a singular purpose: to hunt the Slayer. Now reborn as knights in Hell's army. That's these motherfuckers. They were recreated by the same machine that made me godly to hunt me. They failed. Eventually, after, about a lot of tries, I need to get a death counter from each different type of demon. Okay, already did him, already did him. Ooh. RP server, mercy, maybe. Oh, Necrovol. It's just kind of low-key relaxing to look at this. It's perfect. But we must continue forward. The city of Necrovol was built in hell by the combined efforts of the Makers and Sentinel engineers, designed to produce a continuous flow of Argent energy. Constructed of stone and fell steel on a foundation of uncounted corpses, the sprawling fortress funnels a constant stream of victims towards Calabas, the sightless judge. The ancient demon is a rare breed, unable to communicate or move without great difficulty. It exists as an overseer of sorts, awaiting as cages packed with the recently slain are brought before it, determining which souls are candidates for Argent process. Oh. No, it's not a server, but it'll be a good building series. It's going to be massive. Bro, I'm not great at building, but I guess I would have to learn if I was to take place in this. Operating not unlike large-scale slaughterhouse, Necrovol is divided into many sections. The most immediate accessible portions contain in the abandoned pit, an enormous chasm where victims are herded beyond Calabas. The Argent-worthy souls are directed deeper into the Black Fortress. Those who he renders unfit are discarded as waste, their tortured souls thrown into the burning sludge of the blood swamps. Jesus Christ, that is horrifying. Necrovol Part 2, let's do that. Ooh. Oh, I'll remember this. There was a secret up top there. I remember that. A little bit of fire. Con Maker. Always slapping herself on any design, much like me and my thumbnails. Satanic visions of every divine state. This is one of the soul spires identified in Argenta texts, built into the central columns of Necrovol. Although most soul spires were linked directly to Argent Dener through the Hell Priest created Continuum Gate, this particular one is linked to Urdak, home world of the Makers. There is no Continuum Gate here, presumably due to the Con Maker's natural distrust of those under her charge. The soul spires were designed by the Makers to accelerate the processing of mortal victims into Argent energy, and built in secret by Sentinel slaves Under the direction of Order Deeg, this forced labor was a crucial step in fulfilling the Khan Maker's desire for Argent, as beings from Urdak are unable to cross over to Hell's dimension. Elven cities are rather big in fiction. Yeah, elves are just very high tier. They just keep going. You can't stop the advances of elves unless you're an entire army of orcs or Urukai. This looks pretty fucked up, I'll be honest. Demons grabbing people by the throat, kind of kinky, but I don't approve by demons. Not these kinds of demons, at least. The transformation of mortal creature into demon is a laggard and gradual process, one that can take eons to transpire without the catalyst of Argenta intervention. The victim is left to maunder in the Shadowland for years uncounted, where over ageless time they transform into demon. During their nightmarish journey, the eternal soul slowly drains from the body, and in that dark realm the substance of mortal life is manifest as matter. It gathers in pools of volatile aura found all over hell. Demonkind call these pools the Well, and use them to invigorate themselves for battle. Wait, there's more than one well? Or do all of them connect to the well? 'Cause it sounds kind of like there's more than one well here. It is from this aura that essence is formed. By melding it with wraith energy, that which lights the darkened hall and sets the sentinel sword ablaze, the essence is founded. The combining of these primal energies creates Argent energy, a power source so potent, so incalculably formidable that it has consumed the Argenta and driven us on to greater influence that was ever possible with wraith power alone. Oh, part 2, the Eternal Flame. Oh, I see. Oh my god. People spiked up, being Y. They get fucking Y cross. Spiked through the abdomen. What is that man even tied to? Caged up over pits of fire. And demons torturing them constantly. The Maker's need for the essence is prime. Without it, they must suffer a monstrous fate of transfiguration, and see their wisdom and faculties slither from their twisted forms by the bidding of the Khan Maker herself. The Order of the Deeg has devised a method to improve and accelerate the production of Hell Aura. What once took eons for the savage beast to obtain can now be accomplished in a short order by Argenta intellect, and with greater efficiency and consistency. We constructed the Soul Spires, vast halls erected in the savage lands by our slaves, and under direction of the Order, even though we raised a monument on their ground. Demonkind does not harry us during assembly of the Soul Spires, for the Khan Maker herself bartered a deal with the Dark Lord. Wait, there's a Dark Lord? That rules over the Shadow Walkers. A bargain was struck, The demons would be given a fresh worlds and souls to consume, bolstering their forces and expanding the corrupting domain of hell, and makers would be granted access to the flow of Argent. The Dark Lord is something new to me. I haven't seen or heard that one. Or killed it. Which makes me think it's probably in one of the ancient gods' parts. The procedure inside the soul spires is thus. The captives are tortured until no semblance of humanity remains within them. Bereft of hope, the mortal soul is vulnerable and can be easily extracted. This we achieve with a machine from the enlightened mind of the Con Maker herself, the Evulsor. Once the Evulsor has done its deed and the soul has been extracted, the victim's body is ejected into the wasteland, where, as before our cutting meddling, it becomes a demon over time. That must be the Evulsor. I already forgot what it was called. My brain can't absorb all this energy, all this information. Okay. Also, this, I remember seeing something like this. Just people on these unable to stop their souls from being drained. We gather the volatile aura and store it in vast reservoirs where there it is coalesced with wraith energy and subjected to the infernal fires of hell itself. In the heat of the primal fire, the essence is loosened and captured for our gain. The final stage of the process is the dividend of the gains. Vast quantities of the essence are fed directly to Argent Dener to power our machine and drive our engine. The rest is reserved for the Con Maker. Though she may never set foot in the Dark Realm, she has devised means to teleport essence to the Holy Land, that which she calls Urdak, the home of angels. Her use of the essence is unchallenged, for it was she and her court that gave us design to capture the essence, and her payment is just. So, besides what's being used to get more of the essence, it all goes to the Con Maker. Also, the Con Maker is unable to step foot into the domain of hell. Therefore, this quote-unquote Dark Lord was either somehow able to communicate with the Con Maker to make the deal through dimensional barriers, which I wouldn't put past, honestly, or he's able to step out of hell. Which is not good news. Not at all. Here's the image again. And here's the icon of sin. Is this the same thing? I'm not sure. I don't remember if this is identical, but I'm gonna read it again. Actually, let me go back. Final sin. The icon of sin. It is not the same. As it is written in the prophecies of ancient sentinel scripture, the Titans, towering elder demons of the infernal age, would return, unearthed from their mortal slumber. The Titans are believed to be harbingers of the end times, primordial forces of chaos and destruction. Born from the tortured spirit of the betrayer's son, it was by hell's unholy design that the icon of sin was given flesh. The fearsome Titan forged from the essence of mortal suffering, once bore a human soul. A soul now transmogrified and entombed within the still beating heart of its former self. The betrayer, seeking to free his son from eternal torment within the depths of hell, made an agreement, a pact sealed by the black fates of darkness, that promised to grant his son the chances to return from death. The son would live again, but not as human. In hell's endless cruelty, the son was damned to become the icon, an inhumane existence bound only to its former humanity by the now disembodied, undying mortal heart. That's fucking metal as fuck, dude. Metal as fuck, bro. Bro, that's metal as shit. I've got fucking throat cancer. This shit's giving me throat cancer. That's fine. I can move forward. Let's listen to a little bit of this music for a second. Let's find another. Let's find another track, shall we? To the left this time instead of to the right. This one's very, it's pretty slow to pick up. I don't like it that much. Quake 3, Bill Lib. This one's alright. I don't prefer it. I know there's better. Rage Quake 2. Oh, I like it. Alright. Go up here. And let's use that right there. Alright, sadly we can't keep listening to that, but now, though, we get to move on to the story of the makers. Isn't that absolutely fantastic? This is Erdak. A quite beautiful, yet unsettling city. And now we get to read about it. Oh dear God! Oh dear Khan Maker! Oh dear Khan, I did not mean to do that. This is Erdak, the home world of the makers. A brief age analysis of the structure and architecture here indicates that this world is older than any other in our database. Similarities can also be drawn to multiple pan-galactic religions, indicating that the Maker's influence was not limited to Argent and the Dinner. In the Dover eons, their influence has spread across the galaxy, and potentially the universe. Some imagery is akin to religious icons in the Orion Cygnus arm of the Milky Way galaxy. An area which includes Earth, the name Erdak is common tongue in the Maker language, but can be approximately translated to the word paradise or heaven in hundreds of different languages, further cementing the theory that the Makers have had a religious impact on mortal beings for millions of years. Despite seeing their seeming godliness, the Makers have a past. At some point in their ageless history, there is mention of the Father, a logical, alien entity that endowed the Makers with their vast knowledge and technical ability. Analysis of Maker artifacts in scripture indicate that the Father may have been a singular being that split to form the Maker race, or instead transferred his incalculable power to the vast structure known as Erdak, which then birthed the Makers in perpetuity. It seems that the Makers, though exceptionally long-lived, eventually suffer some form of biological and mental degradation, at which point they undergo a process known as the transfiguration, wherein they allow a voluntary death and the resurrection, somehow tied to the Father. This process may have been complicated or damaged in the recent past. There are no records of how the Father came to the Makers, when it was first discovered, or if it had any physical form before the Makers. The first mention of the Father is in regard to a building named the Luminarium. It was a temple of sorts, where Makers would go to seek answers. The essence of the Father was stolen by one of their own, by a Maker referred to as the Seraphim. Who the Seraphim is, or what he did with the Father's consciousness, is unknown. Records show that one day Luminarium simply ceased to communicate, and that a deep scan of its databanks revealed no remaining trace of the entity. Erdak itself exists in an anchor state, utilizing highly advanced dimensional shift technology to allow a static position at a subquantum level. This essentially inverts the position in relation to hell. Both planes of existence are fixed outside the bounds of the known universe, a lower and higher reality. The Con Maker oversees all within Erdak, and now utilizes Argent energy to prevent the transfiguration. I just thought of something. The essence of the Father was stolen by the Seraphim. The Seraphim was the one who gave the motherfucking Doomslayer the divinity machine's power. But unlike the Marauders, the Doomslayer is godly. Quite literally godly. If this Father was above the Makers themselves, that would make him a supreme deity. And if the Seraphim used the Father's essence in the divinity machine on Doomslayer, Doomslayer would be above all else in every meaning of that. But Vega, I remembered this. During the Erdak mission, Vega said something around, "I am Father?" He said something like that. And that makes me think. The Seraphim... I don't know what the Seraphim looks like, right? But if we look at this... the Erdak building, it kinda looks like something else that we have seen. Kinda looks like an off-brand Sammy boy. And why does Sam know? Sam knew a strange amount about the Makers, the hell, everything. An amount that he should not have been able to know, even with his research into hell. What if Sam is the Seraphim? Because the it says in here that at the bottom, who the Seraphim is or what he did with the Father's consciousness is unknown. Records show that one day Luminarium simply ceased to communicate. Like, the Seraphim was not able to be found again. So, what if... That's Sam, right? That's gotta be Sam. And the Father's consciousness... Vega is the most advanced AI in existence. Vega is the Father's consciousness. He's gotta be. And Sam is Seraph. Oh, shit. Oh, brain, go dirter. Okay, let's just... Here's the Con Maker. Every 10,000 years, the collective maker consciousness, known as the Singularity, births a Con Maker, a supreme being destiny-bound to lead all of Iradak until the next Con is born. The Singularity, which contains the consciousness soul data for every maker that has ever lived and died, processes and refines this data as a means of selective evolution. As hierarch of the conscious neural matrix to which which each maker is interconnected, it is physically impossible for a maker to refuse the collective order of shared consciousness and disobey a con. The system has functioned without error since the creation of Iradak until now. With the disappearance of Father, the makers are incapable of creating a successor to the Con lineage, allowing the existing Con to hold her claim to the throne indefinitely. So that's why she has held power for so long, because the Seraphim, Sammy boy, took the Father, Vega, therefore making it impossible for the Seraphim, or another Con to be made, allowing her to be the ruling Con. Also meaning that another Con maker can't come into being, which is fucking great. What are you? Maker Angels. I don't think I fought one of you. These revered figures serve as speakers for the Con Maker, earning positions of leadership and high esteem within their species. Angels of Iradak are gifted with orator rings, golden halos fused to their armor as a symbol of their status and rank. These divine beings occasionally gather in the conclaves or at the summons of the Con Maker, but typically do not work together, instead being assigned as independent advisors and overseers amongst Maker-controlled worlds. So that's why I didn't see any, because they're on Maker-controlled worlds and not at Iradak. I see. This makes sense. Oh my gosh, ladies and gentlemen, we're finally reaching something interesting at 4 hours in. Dear Lord, it is 2 a.m. for me. I just hope you know that. 2:30 almost. But I can't stop. I just have to finish this, otherwise it will not be worth it. Starting with the gargoyle. Here it is. He is the ugly bastard. He has a jaw like an elite. Blasted out of midair to instantly trigger a stagger, by the way. That's a good tip. Like their imp brethren, the gargoyle is agile, relentless, is an agile, relentless pack hunter. Native to the Sentinel world, this beast has plagued the Sentinel god for centuries. As one of the few demon breeds that could bypass the walled defenses of Sentinel Prime, the gargoyle could appear without warning and claim hapless townspeople before disappearing into the wasteland. Only the most skilled marksmen of the Night Sentinels could intercept this aerial threat, a peril which demanded an ever vigilant watch over the city's perimeter. Imp. Weakness. Bullets. Use bullet weapons to stop the imp in its tracks. Scavengers of the underworld, imps are among the most common of beasts found on the scorched surface of the hellscape. Lesser demons of hell, the imp possesses limited intelligence, driven only by a hunter's impulse to seek out prey, a task for which the imp is naturally suited due to its innate capacity for violence. As a result of these attributes, the imp makes for an ideal foot soldier and is often deployed in the wearing legions of hell. Easily manipulated and controlled by commanding highborn demons at the behest of sovereign chapters, it is common for the imp to appear at the front line of an offensive attack, an expendable resource unleashed in great number to overcome and break through the enemy's front. A lost soul has a weakness to shells. Shoot it with a shotgun to send it flying, causing a delayed explosion. It also has a weakness to ice bomb. The ice bomb will instantly kill a lost soul. That's something that I didn't know before. Oh, this is a lot. The lost soul has its origin among the damned, former humans who have fallen from their mortal world, doomed to an unliving eternity as sin-branded slaves of hell. The damned are seemingly endless in number, the populations growing by the thousands with each rise of the black sun. For many, the torturous existence of crushing slave labor is all that awaits. The bodies of the damned are brittle, those who become broken in labor, their bodies ruined, dismembered, or otherwise incapable of servitude, are transported to the pits where their souls must be extracted for further use. Those fortunate enough to escape the process are what inevitably become lost souls, their spirits transmogrified into physical form. The lost soul only knows madness, its memory a haunted image of its former mortal life. These creatures live a fleeting existence, roaming mindlessly, seeking only that which can grant them final death. And there, it said the black sun, not the black star. So I think that the black star is an eclipse. Whenever there is an eclipse, the demons rise stronger. Soldiers have a weakness to shells. A point-blank blast from the shotgun will stagger a blaster soldier. Weakness is also to the plasma rifle. Plasma rifle can overload energy shields and trigger an explosion. And they also have a weakness to the blood punch. Blood punch can instantly destroy the energy shield. I didn't actually know that. Once frontline infantry fighting to protect Earth from the demon invasion, Hell soldiers have been claimed by darkness, turning them against their fellow soldiers in the midst of battle. Zombies. General tip, use these weak demons to farm for resources. Possessed by the influence of hell, these once human underlings that follow in hell's ranks are those that have been corrupted and deceived by its power, forsaking their own humanity. Those who have fully succumbed to hell's control cannot be saved, becoming mindless, grotesque contortions of their former selves. So they're just... Oh god, I didn't realize the guy on the right, you can just fucking see his spine from the front. I didn't realize that these guys were weak because they just gave in immediately. Moving on to actual threats, such as being the heavy demons. Starting with the Arachnotron. Weak point, the turret. Store a gun turret and it completely disables the weapon. Arachnotrons are built with genetic material recovered from the remains of the original Spider mastermind, bioengineered for cyber augmentation. While its actual body exhibits only limited mobility, the oddly cerebral qualities of the Arachnotron make it a prime candidate for impulse-controlled prosthetic. For that fan just got really freaking loud. And I hope it's not gonna freaking fly off. Either that or I bumped something and I can now hear it more. Whatever. Arachnotrons are built with genetic material. When its actual body exhibits impulse-controlled prosthetic frame that it now permanently inhabits. The UAC facility responsible for the Arachnotron's creation, intending to engineer and weaponize demons of their own design, was overcome with an outbreak occurred inside of its assembly plant, killing everyone inside. The facility, still operating under the directive of the administrative AI, continues to manufacture on Arachnotrons automaton. Fuck. I'm dying here, people. Water. I love it. Cacodemon. My best friend. Fire. Weakness. Explosive. Fire a sticky bomb or frag grenade into the mouth to trigger a stagger. The ballista does bonus damage to flying demons. Hunters of the Slowlands. The Cacodemon lurks to the bottomless and murky depths of hell in search of easy prey. An aimless wanderer, the Cacodemon is mostly devoid of cognitive ability, sensory awareness, and otherwise commonly occurring impulses. Driven only by a single desire to feed, the Cacodemon is likely to appear wherever there is flesh to be consumed, bringing with it an insatiable propensity for hunger. It is said that the Cacodemon bears some resemblance to the cycloptic titans of ancient Hell lore, leading Sentinel scholars to believe that they are the forgotten titans may yet live on in some disembodied form. Possibly. I'm not even going to be commenting on these. I'm just reading them. That is how much... Oh, I wasn't hearing my cooling fan. I was hearing my... No, I was. I definitely was. Huh. Did I accidentally turn up my gain like a lot? Perhaps I did. But I'm not sure. Oh well, I'm just gonna leave it off. Carcass. Weakness, plasma rifle. The plasma rifle can overload energy shields and trigger an explosion. Weakness, blood punch. Blood punch can instantly destroy the energy shield. The product of inhuman biomechanical engineering, the Carcass was created in the remote labs of the cultist enclave. Neither truly living nor dead, it exists in a state of partial reanimation, its cybernetic armature simulating a living impulse within a decaying organic host. Devised as a means of extending a soldier's usefulness in combat after death, the unliving host can only be destroyed by severing the body from its cybernetic implants. That's fucking terrifying. So that's just a soldier that died and got cybernetically advanced. Fair enough, I suppose. Cybermancubus. Weakness, Blood Punch. Blood Punch will deal massive damage and destroy its armor. General tip, the arm cannons have been reinforced and cannot be destroyed by damage. The chest glory kill will trigger an explosion that damages nearby demons. Mechanized and heavily augmented, the Cybermancubus is equipped for frontline warfare. Equipped with dual-barrel arm-mounted mortar cannons, the Mancubus's integrated weapon system utilizes the body's naturally occurring biotoxins, refining this corrosive, viscous membrane into a toxoplasmid ammunition feed. Holy shit. Siphoned from the spinal gland and funneled intravenously to the weapon conversion system, the corrosive secretion is discharged by an alternating firing system, which dispenses the toxoplasmid as either heated projectile or ignited fluid, the latter resulting in a flamethrower-like incendiary spray capable of burning through armored plating. So that's why you're so frickin' tough to kill. The Dread Knight has a weakness to the chain gun. The chain gun can quickly falter this demon. A variation of Hell Knight breed, the Dread Knight has been modified and hardwired for aggression. Armed with an exoprosthesis, powering energy blade augments, the Dread Knight is the lethal result of UAC cultist engineering. Epinephrine regulators modulate the Dread Knight with an unbroken flow of rage-addled adrenaline, while its endorphin receptors have been synchronized to respond with the use of its arm-mounted blades with each kill. The Dread Knight is injected with a flood of artificial dopamine as a result of its augmentation. The Dread Knight is driven by a biomechanically engineered state of pure, unbroken rage, a suffering for which respite can only be found in the act of a kill. Watching the homie while having a root beer float. Night is good. You know what night is good. Well, morning, 2:35 a.m. Oh, I just read it in. The regular Hell Knight, weakness chain gun. The chain gun can quickly falter this demon. The Hell Knight, warrior beast among demons, has earned its place over the millennia in service of the eternal archdemons. As imposed by the sovereign houses, Hell Knights have long served as barbaric enforcers of the netherworld, impelling lesser demons by way of brutality. Rare among demonkind for its innate regard for primal orders of hierarchy, the Hell Knight exhibits adherence to the prevailing rule of its demon lord masters. Another demon lord, but this one is not capital. Strange. But it's demon lord, not dark lord. Ooh, think I'm still onto something. Requiring little compulsion on behalf of its high-born masters, Hell Knight readily serves the elder Hell Gods for... Hell Gods? There are fucking Hell Gods? You mean like the icon of sin, and I'm assuming the Dark Lord. Gonna put bang in your root beer float, bro. Let's go. Hell Gods, for the extent of their lifespans, reaping great satisfaction in the way of war and desecration. I killed so many of them. A regular Mancubus. Weak point, arm cannons. Destroy arm cannons to disable its flamethrower attack and disabilitate its cannon attacks. General tip, a chest glory kill will trigger an explosion that damages nearby enemies. The Makibus, hulking behemoth of the demon world, bears notable difference from those of its kind first encountered by the UAC expedition team on Mars. Unlike its brethren, which wore naturally occurring armored carapace, this variation shows clear signs of pre-existing man-made modifications. Armor plating augmentation to its exterior and sophisticated arm-mounted weapon system indicate a clear intent to upgrade and weaponize the fighting capacity of the Makibus, whose heavy stature and resilience make it a formidable threat in battle. Next are Maker drones. General tip, the thick hide mitigates damage. Weak point, headshot kills drop a lot of resources. Erdak's population is mainly comprised of drones, beings that exist as extensions of the Khan Maker's will, though each is endowed with their own unique identity. They remain biologically unable to resist a command from their Khan, so function in a perfectly synchronized colony system. Drones never leave Erdak, their bodies not yet mature enough to avoid harm while crossing dimensions. So the drones are just young ones, then. Pain Elemental. Weakness, Ballista. The Ballista does bonus damage to flying demons. An abhorrent creation of the umbral planes, the Pain Elemental is descended from the primal, abominable depths of the demon world. Knowing only its own torment, the elemental is cursed to forge lost souls with the fiery pit of its gut, a process that is excruciating and without end for the duration of the creature's miserable lifespan. The elemental is only reprieve from its own agonizing and torturous existence is the projection of suffering into the world. For this reason, the Pain Elemental reaps great satisfaction from indiscriminate killing and the infliction of misery upon those weaker than itself. So it's just a fucking asshole in general. A pinky. If you can't... I talked about all the different types of demons in the beginning, just generally, but not going over their codex. Weak point, back. Shoot in the back to do massive damage. Blood Punch will kill a pinky in one shot. As hell emerged on Earth, the pinky began to appear on terrestrial soil in great number, rapidly becoming the bane of existence to Ark military fortifications. Utilizing its armored frontal carapace, the pinky is able to penetrate defensive encampments, breaking through the walled defenses and using its ramming ability to upturn and immobilize armored vehicles. Ark deployments, dependent on their ability to hold the line against encroaching forces of hell, could be disrupted and even overtaken by a single pinky. They were able to penetrate and break through their defense matrix, allowing a greater demon to influx and pour in after it. The Ark rapidly prioritized the target status of the pinky, issuing high-range bombardment to prevent the pinky from gaining proximity. They treated this fucking thing like a goddamn artillery unit. Like, oh shit, they got that, fucking kill it. Bomb that motherfucker. The Prowler, weakness. Ice Bomb. Freeze it with the Ice Bomb to temporarily prevent its teleportation. A creature of darkness, the Prowler hunts from the shadows, preferring stealth, the concealment to open conflict. Imbued with paratile infravision, the Prowler is able to see that which is unseen to the naked eye, known among the Sentinels as the Night Stalker. The Prowler's prenaturnal sense of sight makes it makes it a lethal hunter, capable of tracking its prey even in the pitchiest black of dark. Believed to be the peripheral descendant of the lesser imp brooding, the prowler is rarely seen in groups, forsaking pack hunting for the precision of the solitary pursuit. So this motherfucker can see just about anywhere. If you can't, it probably can. Weak point. Launchers. Destroy the shoulder launchers to disable rocket attacks. General tip. It is more vulnerable when in the air. General tip. Dash and double jump will break the rocket lock-on. The Revenant program, a bioweapon experiment utilizing reanimated necrotic human tissue, was believed to have been destroyed with the collapse of the UAC facility on Mars. However, the emergence of the cultist enclaves on Earth, former UAC divisions now under Hell's direct control, have begun to work on a second wave of production of the Revenant program. While much of the platform's existing weapon payload is preserved as originally designed, the cyber neural programming has undergone modification. Patterned signals are wired to the host's frontal cortex, which in turn stimulates a state of frenzied, unrestrained bloodlust. While these signals are active, the host is incapable of thinking or feeling anything but a singular compulsion to inflict death and violence on anything living. Fuck, no wonder it looks so angry. Oh, the Spectre's image is really freaking cool. Weakness, Ice Bomb. The Ice Bomb will break the cloaking behavior, allowing lock-on weapons to work. Born from an ancient water. There goes all my water. Born from an ancient screed of forbidden psychomancy, it was by the tematic inscriptions of the occult six sealed eyes that the Spectre was made. I dropped the lid to my bottle. Six sealed eyes that the Spectre was made manifest. Divined and discredited, desecrated, divined and desecrated ruins, untouched by light for an eternity. Warlocks of an abandoned sovereign house unearthed the verboten scripture, seeking rebellion by means of black magic against the rule of infernal archdemons. By way of sorcery were numerous abominations and ungodly forms brought forth into the hellscape, among them the Spectre. Ethereal amalgam of the Pinky. For their role in the miscreations, the archdemons would enact as retribution against the insurgents, as unspeakable punishment, a decree of suffering that would be without end. Dear God. Weakness, Ice Bomb. Freeze it with the Ice Bomb and to temporarily stop it from slithering. It never stops moving, I swear. This is the Whiplash. A scavenger of the hellscape, the Whiplash creature was first discovered by UAC expedition teams in the Black Desert of the Sanctum Wastelands. These elusive serpentine demons move with great speed and agility. They are capable of striking from a great distance with retractable bladed whips concealed within their forearms. This particular demon breed became an object of great interest to the UAC engineers on Earth, while attempts to capture it alive specimens of this nimble and unpredictable creature proved to be exceptionally dangerous. After successfully acquiring living specimens, researchers implanted cybernetic augmentations designed to enhance the Whiplash's innate strength and lethality. Dear fuck. I swear that everything on here, or almost everything, has been cybernetically upgraded to the point to increase its deadliness. Weaknesses: Blood Punch. Blood Punch can instantly destroy its shield. I wish I realized that. General tip: the Arc Vial is vulnerable to, while summoning, falter them to instantly gib the incoming demons. Yeah, faltering them sounds easy and all, but it's an arc vial. It's a super heavy demon. Speaking of, we're moving on to super heavy demons now. Forged from hellfire, the arc vial is feared among lesser demons for its innate ability to channel and manipulate the unholy powers of hell magic. Descended from the eldest race of demons, the arc vial has long held a place within the ruling caste of high-born demon kind. Possessing superior intellect among the demon ranks, the Arc Vial's psychomancy powers make it a natural-born ruler of the savage and primitive beasts of hell, capable of bending weak-minded underlings to serve its will. That makes sense. It can fucking summon things, and it can use force fields and teleport and shit. It makes sense that it's able to use mind control on lesser demons. Baron of Hell. The chain gun can quickly falter this demon. Fireborn barons have evolved, descendant clan of the Baron Hell breed, and are indigenous to the caustic, scorched hellscapes bordering the burning abyss, a landscape of cragged spires forged from unbreakable blackstone. Tempered by the crashing waves of magmatic tide, these sulfuric plains of hell have long served as banishing grounds, a place of exodus to which the damned are sentenced to their final destination. The fireborn barons have evolved in this environment, sustaining themselves on the remnants of the damned, growing obsidian carapaces, in the time becoming infused with the very incendiary matter of hell itself. You're telling me their carapace is made of fucking obsidian? Oh god, that's terrifying. Okay, next super heavy demon is the Doom Hunter. Its weak point is its sled. Destroy its sled to permanently disable its shielding and lock on rocket attacks. Its weakness is cells. Use cells weapons to take down their shields, temporarily exposing them to extra damage. Cells weapons are just plasma-based weapon. Blood Punch deals major damage to the sled. Dash and double jump will break rocket lock-on. Once a race of beast-like hunters, the Doom Hunter creature was known to sentinel warriors in ages past as lethal stalkers of the Metal Age. Extracted from the frozen depths of the polar tundra, the Doom Hunter belongs to an ancient race uncovered during cultist excavation in the remote Arctic. Preserved below the frozen ice for millions of years, the unearthed remains of this creature were deemed suitable for reconstruction, becoming the subject of cultist necro-regenerative bioexperimentation. Within the remote cultist citadel, the high-tech ritual altar, which towers over the Golothan ruins, the Doom Hunter was ceremoniously and systematically resurrected and rebuilt. While the majority of its components are now cybernetic, it retains a high degree of mental faculty, a sentient, brutal hunting instinct, augmented with armaments of a tank division. I've read that. Looking at it, I've read that before. This is fine. Marauder. General tip: the green flash indicates that they are vulnerable and cannot block, so time your shots. The Marauder cannot block while dazed, so strike fast before it recovers. Don't waste ammo trying to break through the shield when it is ammo. When it is active. God, my brain. As civil war consumed Argentina, the Night Sentinel's guard was quartered by their faith, torn between serving the Khan Maker or revolting against that which they swore to protect. These most illusioned forswore their oath to the Sentinel royalty, abandoning their pact of allegiance made to the throne. These hardened warriors joined the separatist group led by the exalted priest class, allying themselves with the Makers and their devout acolytes in an attempted coup against the Sentinel royal house. Those Sentinel warriors who fell in battle, having sided with the Makers, were ultimately denied finality in death. Resurrected by divinity machine of Khan Maker design, these fallen sentinels were returned from the dead, transformed by Hell's power, and recreated with a singular purpose: to hunt the Slayer, now reborn as knights in Hell's army. I've also read that one. Doesn't matter. The Tyrant. General tip: a well-timed double jumper dash is needed to evade the Seeker wave. The Tyrant is slow to turn. Use this to your advantage. Demon Lords to the black soul pits of Babel. The Tyrants have long served as wardens and slavers of the infernal pits, weaponized and cybernetically altered by the UAC. The Tyrants are tasked with overseeing the collection and extraction of sin-branded human souls from the mortal world. Their role in hell, ordained by the unholy sigil of the elder hell gods, a sadistic master of lesser demons. Tyrants are feared for their cruelty and malice. So the Tyrants are demon lords, but that's still not Dark Lord. I've only seen Dark Lord used once, and that was when I was talking about the deal that the Khan Maker made with the Hell energy. Okay, the ambient stuff now. The buff totem. If demons are glowing red, buff totem is active. If a buff totem is active, seek it out and destroy it immediately. A buff totem will continue to spawn demons until it is destroyed. Incarnal manifestations of human suffering. These totems are formed from the tortured resonance of the once living, made flesh by the black arts of demonic psychomancy. A beacon of necroplasmatic dark wave energy, a buff totem, once fully formed, radiates the surrounding environment with a dark cloud of hell magic. This energy possesses influence of greater power for any living thing caught in its wake. Demons, while in its presence, become adrenalized, their aggressiveness and bloodlust amplified inversely. The totems have become symbols of fear for humans and who have encountered them, its presence tainting the mind with nightmarish terror. The propagation of these totems would ultimately necessitate the development of the Arc Mind Shield, a cyber neural implant which could immunize its soldiers from psionic properties of the buff totem. Oh, that's messed up. So it just is made of the flesh of humans, and it just destroys anything's mind that isn't a demon and just makes demons stronger. Yeah, it makes sense. General tip: shoot. This is a cue ball. Shoot this demon directly if you want it to fly. Hit a demon with a cue ball to trigger a massive explosion. Former UAC engineers, these malformed zombies were rendered inept during the war for Earth. Their bodies are now disturbing fusion of body, bone, and barrel. I can see that. It's not pretty. Tentacle. Not every tentacle hell has one inside. Sometimes tentacles can be very big. Subject of great scrutiny for ARC scientists on Earth, these hell growth formations have appeared all over the planet, taking hold wherever hell has made its presence known, forming chaotic, seemingly random structural patterns. The propagation of hell growth has taken root at an alarming rate, exhibiting a cellular reproduction cycle that ARC scientists fear may become impossible to contain. The resultant environmental effect is extremely hostile to terrestrial life, producing atmospheric biocontagions and a multitude of organic hazards. Wherever these nest-like formations emerge, they are protected by swaths of defensive tendrils, long thorn tentacles that demonstrate keen awareness of their surroundings, fully capable of disemboweling anything that it deems to be a potential threat to the nest. I don't like it. It's very upsetting, just in general. But we're almost there. All I have left is my massive fucking arsenal. Oh, we've made it to the arsenal. I'm so close. I'll be able to sleep soon. If you've made it this far, please deeply consider leaving a like or subscribing. Seriously, this hurts. It is currently almost 3 a.m. It's 2:58 in the morning for me. This is not the usual. I'm helping my mom in the morning. Well, later today, I suppose would be the correct way to say it. Haul scrap metal off. Load and haul it off. Meaning I have to do basically physical labor. And I'm doing this before that. So please, it would be appreciated. Okay. The ballista, the weapon of choice for sentinel marksmen. It is said in sentinel battle lore that a single battalion of archers defended the walled city of Ilkana for 10 days and 10 nights, armed only with their ballistas. A precise weapon, the ballista fires a twin beam of superheated argent, vaporizing its target. Oh, not what I meant to do. BFG fucking 9000. The BFG 9000 remains the most powerful weapon ever designed by the UAC, releasing a projectile of pure, rolling, argent plasma. The sphere of superheated energy undulates as argent tendrils lash out, drawn to nearby organic material and immediately producing a fatal explosion from within. Dr. Samuel Hayden recently deployed the weapon to Phobos, where it served as the inspirational linchpin for the development of the BFG 10,000 defense station. When mounted inside the station's magnification array, the BFG can be fired into a series of reactive lensing rings. These rings pump a constant stream of gaseous argent throughout the barrel, which ignites in reaction to the electrified plasma, producing a tremendous energy wave powerful enough to crack the surface of a planet. So that explains to me that the BFG 10,000 isn't just a focus. It is a fuel source, bro. That shit is just a fuel tunnel that is waiting for the BFG 9000. The chain gun. The M220 chain gun is a 7.62 by 51 armor AE 6-barreled. What does AE stand for? I don't know. AE 6-barrel autocannon built for infantry deployment. Hold on. 7.62 by 51 is a huge fucking round. Well, not huge, but pretty big. AE. Sportsman's Finest? It might be a made up. Wait, no. AE. American Eagle? Huh. Maybe. God damn. Looking at the images of 7.62 AE, it's like as long as a, well, my pinky or index finger, most likely. It's like, no, oh, that one by the ruler. There's one by a ruler. It's about 5 frickin' inches long, and the projectile itself is like an inch and a half at least. Holy fuck, I'm shooting that. That's what I'm shooting? Holy fuck, that's a big ass butt. It's real fast too. Weighing over 80 pounds. 80 pounds? I fucking fly around with this thing. The M220 was conceived as a standard issue weapon for ARC mech soldiers fitted with exo armor, mechanized suits capable of supporting a heavier payload. The AE cartridge uses a special electromagnetic casing designed specifically for the M220's rail system, which increases the projectile velocity and reduces overheating. So you're telling me that it goes faster than a standard 7.62 by 51. Okay, that's terrifying. Not to mention, it's a chain gun, so it's just... Okay, moving on then. The chainsaw. As the renowned weapon masters of the Night Sentinels professed, it is the warrior that makes the weapon great. Albeit an unconventional choice, the chainsaw has become a staple in the Doomslayer's personal arsenal. For the kind of work that requires enemy dismemberment, the chainsaw is the right tool for the job. Perfect weapon, I swear. Yo, Elvin, hello, my guy. Would you kindly subscribe? It would make me very happy. As my 3 a.m. self was at 60 subscribers earlier, and then someone unsubbed me. Oh, thank you so much, good sir. Thank you so much. And you're just in time to view the rest of this stream. I'm nearly done with every single codex. Thank you, sir. Oh. Okay. Next is... Oh, 60 subs. I love it. Next is the combat shotgun. Despite a wealth of armament options for the modern combat specialist, this trusty workhouse remains a firm favorite among operatives. When matched against superheated plasmoids or gas-driven projectiles, the ballistic impact of the combat shotgun holds its own. The simplicity of the design ensures the weapon is extremely quick and reliable, yet the vast array of ammunition types make it versatile and flexible. Colloquially known as the crowd appeaser, a locked and loaded combat shotgun will pacify even the most riotous of assailants. And that is a goddamn fact. This fucking thing is a powerhouse. I could have cleared the entire game with just that. Theoretically. It's possible. I'm just not gonna do that, because that sounds suicidal. This is the Crucible, my favorite of all the weapons. A sacred relic of the Sentinel people, the Crucible remains one of the most mysterious artifacts known to man. Texts from Argent de Nur reference the weapon in a revered, righteous manner. While Night Sentinels were known to employ similar energy-based blades in their armaments, the Crucible remains the only one powerful enough to reportedly slay Titan-class demons. Only the Slayer holds knowledge of this venerated sword, for only he has been known to wield it. The blade burns with an ethereal heat, immediately cauterizing flesh as it slices through. It doesn't say exactly how hot it is, but I'm assuming at least the surface of the sun, because god damn it, beef. Okay, the Doomblade. Modification to the Praetor suit, an arm-mounted Doomblade is designed to increase the Slayer's short-range striking power. Strong enough to sever demonic flesh and bone, the blade's serrated edge allows the Slayer to break through enemy defenses and attack where conventional weaponry is ineffective. The equipment launcher is a custom built to fit Doomslayer's Praetor suit. The shoulder-mounted ordnance system is modified to serve a variety of combat roles. Designed as a universal munitions platform, the equipment launcher is capable of altering its armament configuration with the press of a switch. Activated by a reflex center located on the interior of the Praetor suit's gauntlet, its flame belch configuration, the launcher spits a gout of fire exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, setting even the sturdiest demons aflame. 1,000 degrees Celsius? God damn! While in its grenade launcher configuration, the launcher fires a traditional UAC model frag grenade explosive, a projectile base. I already know the lore, so we've reached the arsenal, Mercy. Also, thanks to Elvin, I don't know how to pronounce that last name. I'm not gonna disrespect you. I have reached 60 subs again. Woohoo! We're so close to the end. 1,000 degrees Celsius, though, God. Setting even the sturdiest demons aflame. While in its grenade launcher configuration, the launcher fires a traditional UAC model frag explosive, a projectile-based payload not dissimilar to that of an ice bomb, wherein the launcher fires an IC-40 gas canister with a flash freeze nearby targets. I set the stream on HTE background and let the stream play for them. Watch out. Bruh, them watch hours. Yes, he is the 60th. He is the prophesized one. You want to... Bro, Elvin, just letting you know, I have a link to the Discord server me and Mercy chill out in below. So if you ever want to just chill out, that's a fun place to do it. Okay, next is the heavy cannon. A common complaint among users of this punch-packing conventional weapon is its weight, as most of the component parts are forged in tungstronium, a proprietary alloy developed to withstand the enormous stresses imparted by the optional exploding dart ammunition. However, the additional weight makes the heavy cannon an ideal sniper rifle, as swaying and tremors are mitigated by the massive bulk. Trigger management is of the highest priority when using this weapon, as self-inflicted gunshot wounds are common thanks to no pull reflex trigger system. Bruh. Good thing the Doomslayer can curl literally anything. Designed by the UAC's military tech division, the plasma rifle is the standard in energy-based weaponry, firing a superheated plasma in rapid, short burst intervals. The plasma rifle is capable of overloading energy-based shielding and liquefying enemy combatants. And that is why we love plasma. The rocket launcher. Forged from the metal smelting pits of the Golgothan Enclave, the Pain Giver is a weapon of pure malice, devised for a singular purpose. 60 subs. Yes, Mercy. Yes. For a singular purpose. Oh, fuck, I lost where I was. To enact suffering upon the weak. A tool of insidious intent, it was not by mortal design that a pain giver was conceived. The cultist engineers of Golgotha, as acolytes of the unholy and all-powerful will of the hell priest Renok, were bestowed its vision scribes to Renok's dark promotion. Wish I can see what your watch hours are, but I don't have access to that info. Well, right now it says that there are 63 playbacks and the average watch time is about 7 minutes. Also, 63 playbacks is insane for one of my streams, though it is almost 5 hours long. Constitute premonition. With great clarity did the pain giver reveal itself to the shared consciousness of the Golgothan acolytes, and with fervor and religious zealotry did they set themselves toward its manifestation, toiling without rest until the pain giver was created. I'm glad you don't. All I can do is show that your monthly video views have increased by 1,000%, then your monthly subs broke the limiter. What? It's just because I've gotten onto an actual upload schedule, and I love it. Oh, one of my favorites. The Super Shotgun. A weapon from the Slayer's past, this double-barreled shotgun displays ornate, undeciphered filigree carvings. It also includes a modification, a twin-pronged hook anchored with retractable chain designed for underbarrel usage. Though the firearm appears to be of earthly design, the meat hook attachment is comprised of non-terra metals, suggesting some level of prior history off-world. Its place in the Slayer's arsenal in Hell has already been recorded, as noted in the following codex translation from the Ungmar Codex. Views equal dopamine. Let's go. Like, actually, though, just knowing that people watch and enjoy my content is the best part of just streaming. And also being able to talk to people live is also really satisfying. The sting of the Slayer's abominable arsenal casts fear into the lowest of our kin. Its blazing barrels of brimstone spew his vitriol and loathing upon us, and cast our brethren to the dirt, mark with the venom of his chosen apparatus of agony, the diabolical musket, Lucifer's bane, its claw of pig iron gouging the flesh of the martyr and hurrying him upon us. Curse the name of his beloved treasure. Curse the hell-walker's device of torment. We shall cast it into the smeltery and gild his entrails with the slurry. The channel just from these streams are doing so much better than my channel with occasional uploads. I can't wait to start on my YouTube grind again. Because yeah, your channel was doing actually pretty frickin' good. And I just really think, for me personally, streams just work better. Maybe in the future that won't be the case, and I'll switch from streams to regular videos, but I just prefer streaming in general. I probably will never switch over to Twitch, though, just because of their censorship. The Unmaker. A uniquely powerful weapon, the Unmaker is kept under lock and key inside the Fortress of Doom. Inspired by Sentinel weapon technology, the celestial firearm was created in Urdak by the ingenious invention of the makers themselves. A Upon activation of the weapon, shutter ports slide open and the Unmaker immediately begins launching rapid-fire volleys of convinced tri-directional argent bolts. The destructive potential of this alien superweapon is only rivaled by the BFG. I recommend you take some inspiration from other streamers. Yeah, the only thing is, I don't really watch other streamers all that much. Unless it's... I watch VTuber streamers. But besides that, I really don't watch many. Oh. And I've done it. I have finally read every single codex entry. Hey, just Soulful. It only took me about 5 hours to read every single codex entry and go over the collectibles. Not including all the songs, because you can look those up and that would require me to stop talking and just let them play. Oh my god. My brain hurts so bad. If you stayed until the end, if you watched this whole thing, you're a goddamn trooper. Unbelievably, undeniably a trooper. Thank you for watching. I'm Tamcer. Please consider liking and subscribing if you have not. And I would enjoy if I saw you in joining in on future uploads. Thank you for joining me tonight. And, well, wait, someone just commented. I was about to, started streaming 4 hours ago. Yeah, 4 hour, 55 minute stream is a bit much. But like I was saying, I've said a few times, in the description there is a link to me, Mercy, Soulful, a few other of our friends' Discord channel. We created a Discord group for us. So please join in if you are so bored that you would like to. Besides that, though, have a great day or night.